Lip.
Hello, and welcome to the elemental plane of fire. Ugh, it's hot. It's hot. But we're here to roll some dice and do some role-playing, and hopefully not as much crying as last session, but we'll see. I am Paddy, your DM, as always. Welcome to Dice and Mimics. Joining me from sweat-filled rooms here in the UK, we have, as usual, Annette as Talia Darkfawn.
Hello, darlings.
We have Ben as both Valdisian
It's
and Nert.
backwards.
It's 30 degrees in my room. Ugh!
We have Steph as Vienna.
Hello, I'm actually probably the coolest one here. So,
And you've got all these Americans
don't brag.
watching it just laughing at us because they're like, 30 degrees isn't even hot. Or we're like, it is to me!
Come on, let me finish the introductions. We have Reese as Blossom,
Hello?
and we have Aaron as Xandal.
I'm sat in a forge. Hi.
As usual, thank you to Sirenscape. Shout out to them. Brilliant tool set, really good sounds, really good music. As you've probably heard in the last few sessions, I've creeped my players out with it multiple times, normally by accident, so, you know, that's how good it is.
music on my music.
Does anyone else have anything to shout out or say?
I just want to shout out our other socials and our other platforms. So if you're watching on Twitch right now, we do have a YouTube channel. And if you go and subscribe on the YouTube channel, if we get enough subscribers, we can do a load of cool stuff over there when we're doing live. At the moment, we're restricted because we're like a lower tier creator, as YouTube calls it. So go and subscribe over on YouTube. But also, if there's any issues or if there's any changes, we always post it on our Twitter. So go and follow Dice and Mimics at Twitter. That's basically my announcements for today.
Okay. Anything from anyone else? Other than more burping from Annette. Okay. So, to recap what happened last time, let's reopen some emotional scars.
No!
So,
Emotional
time-
damage.
Emotional damage.
last time the players faced off against Lady Alauva Dawn, along with her minions, I suppose is the best way to call them. Minions under duress of Tarlok Darkfawn and Rowan. A long and drawn out and interesting battle ensued, with things flowing in different directions and critical moments happening. It was very fun for me. I don't know whether it was as fun for these guys, but
It's alright.
Stressful
You cost me a
fun.
fortune.
But eventually Lady Alava was forced to retreat. Rowan was then sent on to her rest after having her farewells with Armatae. Armatae then chased Lady Alava with Tarlok Darkfawn, finding her in her lair one level up in this underground laboratory they'd found themselves in. They then proceeded to stake her to paralyze her, and Talia and Tarlok took
Great pleasure in
Slow,
killing
but-
her.
slow and meticulous revenge before finishing her off. In there they also discovered another soulbound item, the Shield of the Sun, which Valdisian touched, and it then bonded to him, not giving him a choice.
Best item ever.
Not my fault.
You
you
didn't
did-
have to touch it.
Yeah, you didn't have to touch it. Anyway, but that the players then realized that this whole underground laboratory was rumbling and shaking.
You're just glossing over the fact that I murdered my own father.
Oh yes, sorry, I'd forgotten that. Yes, Tarlok was also sent on to his own rest upon his
At
request.
his request.
At his request, after telling Talia that he was proud of her. The players then felt this rumbling and shaking and quickly fled back to that central control panel they'd seen down below and found a countdown timer ticking to basically destroy the whole laboratory. The Lady Alava had set up a kill switch. If she had perished, then the whole lab was going. They quickly managed to jury-rig the teleportation system in this lab to get themselves to the front gate of Minas Pingoli, outside the Mudpath ward. There they then watched as the countdown timer hit 0, and all 3 towers in the city collapsed down, down, down to screams. And the party
Much to Fiona's amusement.
ran as quick as they could, calling the ferry to leave the harbour and meet them at an inlet nearby where they had previously met 3 kobolds in a trench coat. Quickly boarding the ship and beginning to sail away as fast as they could, back towards Maham. They watched from the deck as in the distance they could see flames and smoke rising into the night sky. That is where we pick up as the ship is sailing out into the open ocean, and it is now probably coming close to midnight.
I think in the last session I said that Val spent a little time in prayer and meditation and spoke, kind of got a feeling back from Tritherian, and at that point he would have gone to bed.
Okay.
That's what he
And
would have done.
Talia went to sleep in the crow's nest and have a cry in private.
Okay. Is everyone else just going to their rest?
Yeah,
I
there's probably actually out on deck, watching the smoke in the distance.
Party poppers, fucking champagne in
Pretending
hand.
that she can't hear the sniffles up in the crow's nest.
No, she's probably just like, as I am
Yeah.
now, just leaning over the side, just watching out.
Yep.
on-
Like this. Oh, look at the embers burn. They're so pretty.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Xandel's probably just going to head to the workshop a little bit, just assess the state of what he's got left before kind of like passing out in there.
Okay. And Blossom?
Yeah, just go to rest.
Okay, before you do go to rest, Blossom, the compass in your pocket is rattling again. You've sailed far enough now that it's picked back up that other soulbound item it had detected as you were sailing to Minas Pingoli.
Is that the one near the
Rafford
ruins?
Castle, yes.
Yeah.
So, just so you're aware that that has been picked up and is being tracked by the compass.
Mm.
Okay. As you all go to your rests or just enjoy the burning of a city in the night sky. Xandel, as you slip into sleep...
I'm not here, I've gone home.
There's no escape, Xandel.
As
Come
you
on.
slip into sleep, you come to awareness. You know you're asleep, but you're somewhere odd. Everywhere around you is just this cloying, cold mist. There's just, and you can hear and feel things moving through it, but you can't see them. Every now and again,
Hello?
you feel like there's just something that touches the back of your neck, and you spin around, but there's nothing there.
Hello?
As you call that out, you turn, looking everywhere. There's no, like, there's a light, like there's light here, but it's dim. You can't tell where the source is from. You can't tell if it's from sunlight, a flame, or some of arcane means, but there's just this glow within the mist. And then you hear a voice. Ah, greetings. I thought it time we should speak face to face, young one.
I mean, this really isn't face to face. I cannot see you.
You watch as a figure steps from the mists ahead of you, and you see a human man, but very odd looking. He's holding a wizard's staff, sort of like one hand. He's got like red, like silk pants with a nice belt and an open set of robes, red robes over his body, but it's all open at the chest, and you can see his skin is like this very light grey, but you can tell he's human. He's not another race. It's just a very odd skin pigmentation, and you catch flecks of gold all over his skin. Like every inch of his skin is covered in these gold flecks. His eyes themselves are solid gold. He's completely bald, shaven, and he's just leant on his staff looking down at you. Make me a perception check, Sandal.
Normal.
Yes, just a normal perception. The mist is not blocking anything here.
We'll take that.
Damn. You squint at this person and realize those flecks of gold are tattoos.
His
Hundreds
eyes?
and
Oh, not
thousands of tattoos on his skin in gold. All the same as the one on the back of your left hand.
I
This
assume it
strange-
is you that gave me this gift.
Indeed, that is my symbol. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Archmage Haslick.
Would I have heard of this?
You would not
Person.
know.
Well, Archmage Haslick, what is your purpose with me?
My purpose with you is I'm fulfilling my end of a deal. Your father is the one who had me place my mark upon you.
Why?
My mark is unique. Where I am from, the place beyond these mists, one of the many realms contained within them, I control that domain. I am both god and prisoner, in a sense. And that symbol, my symbol, I can see through it. I can hear through it at all times. No matter where it may be, I am able to link to it and perceive. Your father, after you rebelled, to put it politely, was seeking ways to try and either bring you back under control or at least keep an eye on you. And in his frantic searchings through the occult and the arcane, came across mention of my symbol and its rumored powers. He did not know immediately of what it could do fully. So he reached out. An impressive feat to reach from your prime material plane into the mists, but he managed it. I don't know whether through skill or luck, but he did succeed and made a deal with me. I would place my mark upon you, and I would watch you and report back any important information he may need to know.
Such as.
Well, I have not made a report yet. It's not really been that long since you received my mark. I was not expecting to have to even speak to you for a while, but there was some triggers, shall we say, that made it so that it was necessary now. For one, my having to interfere with the charm that Vampiress had placed upon you was one, and your strange red-skinned friends reaching out and trying to interact with my mark was the other. I thought it best to make myself known and at least be polite about this.
Very well.
And indeed, I find myself inclined to let's just say that my agreement with your father is loosely worded. It's down to me what I decide to be important to disseminate to him of your actions. And you are most fascinating an individual. Such a brilliant mind, such brilliant inventions.
They were brilliant
They can
until
still be
a
brilliant,
couple hours ago.
my boy. Breakages and defeats are not something to wallow in. They should be a drive to move forward. I myself, when I was striving to become the #1 mage on my original home, I suffered setbacks all the time. But I let that drive me forwards, and I perfected my skills until I was one of the 2 top mages of that place. Although that did end being my downfall, I will admit, through no fault of my own.
So how did you become prisoner?
It is a long tale. I was requested by the leadership of my home to make the most impressive magical construct I could. And so I did. I made a magical construct to another plane, a gateway. Only to find that when I had asked for certain things, I had been lied to and betrayed. And in doing so had ended with the death of the other most powerful mage, my lover. And in my anger and fury, I unleashed my magic upon that leadership, leveled that city, and walked through my gate. But apparently that vindictiveness caused me to be judged by some higher power. And as I stepped through, I was branded, as you can see, and he points to these glittering golden tattoos, and found myself in a new place, bereft of my magic. The one thing I had striven for my whole life, become the pinnacle of. Oh, I still have the knowledge. I have every spell and every arcane ritual stored, and he taps his head up here. But I can no longer use them. I am brought down to the level of parlor tricks and using magical items instead.
So that's why you're interested in me.
You, my good young man, are a wealth of information, wonderful creations, things that I could potentially use to either find a way out of here or at least improve my situation. And in return, you may have access to my years, decades of magical knowledge.
My homework.
Not only that, in my domain, I have taught countless disciples and sent them down the many paths of magic. And in return, they have submitted their creations to me, their research to me. For example, your automatons that were so badly damaged. He waves a hand, and some of the mist shapes into a very refined looking version of you. Would you have seen an iron? You live in Maham, so yes, you would have seen an iron golem.
Yeah.
But this is not like iron golems are normally very thick and chunky and really rough around the edges. This is sleek and refined, and you can already see that like it's perfectly formed and merged. And he goes, "This was the final piece that one of my students put to me, a perfected steel golem, much more the right size to be a police force than the hulking juggernauts you normally see. I understand and can teach you the inner workings of such." I do not ask.
Xandor just kind of pauses for a moment. Though you can't use magic, you said you can use magic tools. Why
Indeed.
do you not create your own if you have all this knowledge?
Again, I'm not allowed to. Anytime I attempt to enchant something the same way one of my students has, it doesn't work. This knowledge and this power thrums under my skin but won't come out. Whatever locks me in this domain, within these mists, seems to refuse to allow me to do as I wish. It is intent on keeping me here.
Xandor kind of sits forward a little, or leans forward a little bit, and he's. And if I was to invent you something that would get you out of your prison, what would your end goal be?
To leave, to go back to my own home.
Can I insight that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that a nat 20?
No, that was
That
his
was from a
Oh.
previous one. Oh,
Yeah,
God's
it's
sake.
just a 9.
He
Yay.
seems to be being completely truthful with you. You can see the genuine anger and remorse on his face about being unable to access his magic, and how much it must hurt him to have all this knowledge and all this ability and able to pass it on to students, but not able to do anything with it personally. I don't even ask that you invent me anything, my boy. I merely wish to continue watching. If I can interact and help, then I will, and if you wish to help me, then all the better.
My inventions are my own. My successes, my failures,
Of course,
all
I'm not
mine.
planning on coming to your plane, and I'm not planning on claiming credit. I merely wish to watch the process and see if I can, if not, definitely not duplicate, but extrapolate from it.
I need to mute this side chat. All I got is the corner. Everything going on.
Do it.
Do it.
Come to the dark side.
I didn't even realise there was text chat going on.
I think my statement is the thing I'd be most concerned about. Yeah.
My friend warned me that you are a dark force.
Not so. The place I am trapped is a dark place. I am merely a prisoner within it, and unfortunately for now, the few powers I can draw upon are linked to this place. They are the few powers that they grant me, such as my ability to utilize my symbol in the way I do.
I imagine I have no choice. With the symbol, you're going to watch me regardless, aren't you?
I mean, you're welcome to cover it. I can't prevent you from doing that, and there are ways to remove it if one is powerful enough. But all I wish is for a glimpse of a plane other than this mist-shrouded misery.
I need time to think.
That is fine. Take all the time you need. Since we have contacted each other now, you can reach out to me anytime you wish. We'll probably not speak face to face like this again, but you can at least speak with me.
Of course.
Also, I will be looking out for your best interest, just as I did with the vampiress.
You have my gratitude for saving me on that.
Not a problem. But for now, I believe you should probably return to your rest. A great
Yes.
brain, a great mind needs rest to be productive. Until then,
Well,
young one, I bid you farewell. And he steps back into the mist, disappearing within it again. And you stand there for another minute or so in this cold, cloying mist, watching shadows and shapes move just beyond the edge of your vision, before you drift back into blackness of sleep.
A snore, 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 snore.
That's basically what Xandal sounds like snoring.
The next morning comes bright and early.
Long rest?
Yes,
Long rest
long
and
rest.
10 hit points?
You guys have managed to take a long rest.
10 temporary hit points. 9 for
Yep.
you, Xandal.
But the morning comes.
It feels so
find-
long since we took a long rest.
It
It was a
probably
long...
Actually,
rest.
no, it was only a day, but still. But you guys now find yourself out in the middle of the ocean, passing over past the first cape away from Minas Pengoli, moving at a very much faster speed than you thought the ferry could go.
Should we be slowing this ship down? We're way past Minas Pengoli now, surely.
I do the whole Sears things where I just go down the ladder and just land.
As you,
This is great.
Yeah, just
All-
kind of holding on to the thing, going, I think we're going a bit
it's
quick.
not
Not
going
fast
that
enough.
quick. It's not going that quick, but you guys can see the ghostly crew are moving around faster than you have ever seen them, and their forms are almost vibrating. And you can see Bosun at the wheel, just with a very serious, he's faceless, but his body language is very serious. He can tell that you guys you're stressed, you're upset, you're grieving, and you want away from where you were. He is pushing himself and the ship as hard as he can to currently, because this is what you told him, get back to Maham. He is pushing himself to the limit for you.
Our exact words were as fast as you can, so
Yeah.
can't really complain.
But through the link he has with all of you as the crew, he can feel the storm of emotions going on, and he knows that it's very different from as fast as you can. This is, we need to get back. Something big has happened, and we need something familiar. So he is pushing hard. It's up to you guys.
I think Val will probably say something along the lines of, I know we said we want to go back fast, but make sure you're okay, and the ship's okay, and the crew's okay, too.
Don't worry about us. We'll be fine once we get there. We can take a bit of a rest anyway. You won't be sailing again for a while, so we'll probably just be docked. So it'll be fine. Yeah?
As long as you're sure.
Hey, I'm sure. I need to get you back.
Where's Ert?
You haven't seen Ert this morning. She went
Can
to bed
I
last
try
night.
and find her?
Go to find her, and she is in her bunk, just sat staring at a blue sweet.
Ert,
Yeah,
are you alright, darling?
yeah.
You can talk
Yeah.
to me if you need to, right?
I gave her some of these once.
I think
Yeah.
maybe the boiled sweets that she had.
We all miss her. No, it's only been a day. Has it even been a day?
We only just got her back.
Yes, well, believe me, I know that more than anyone.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't. And she just
No,
tackles you. and
no,
hugs
darling,
you.
it's not a
She just-
competition.
She's just hugging you now.
Oh, I'm just gonna hug
She's
her and
just
stroke her head.
hugging you with just silent tears rolling out of her eyes. And you suddenly realise something, like,
She's just a kid.
is the youngest in the party. She only reached technically adulthood a couple of months ago when she turned into a Verdan.
I mean,
a
she
lot
was
of-
always a Verdan, but she reached maturity.
Yeah. So for her, there's a lot of things that are new. And you also remember that before that she was part of a goblin gang. So she never
Yeah,
really
yeah.
formed connections. It was very much just a scrabble for survival. You guys are very much her first friends.
So this is
Well,
her
her
first
family.
loss.
Yeah.
Probably a family.
So this
Yeah.
is her first real proper loss.
You can let it out, Ert. It's fine. Just cry. Let it out.
And she
It's
does
better
so
that way.
for a
She's probably like,
good
"Ah!"
for a
This is
good
a really
20
bad time to
minute-
ask you if you prepared message.
Yeah, was planning on sending one to Wilma.
Darling, if you have any spare afterwards, I'd very much like to send a message as well, but you take care of yourself first, yeah?
Yeah. And she eventually sort of stops crying, sort of brushes the remains of the tears away, tidies herself up a bit, and comes up to the deck to join everyone else. But she is quite evidently still slightly dishevelled and quite evidently has been crying. Are you guys continuing on to Maham, or are you diverting course anywhere?
Don't know. We've just had a blast of music come from somewhere.
Someone else.
It's like-
I don't know what that was. Is Reese frozen or is he just incredibly still?
I think
Just
he's just
incredible.
incredible.
He just
Incredible-
incredibly still. You like this? Like,
incredibly still, because movement generates heat, and heat is bad
Yeah.
right now.
and
Yes.
it's too hot.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Are you guys continuing on your course straight to Maham, or are you diverting anywhere?
That depends
'Cause
on if
obviously you
anyone
were-
mentions anything.
You
Val-
made a very snap decision yesterday, and there was things you were planning on potentially doing on the way back. So I just want to give you that opportunity to make those decisions before continuing your journey.
Val wouldn't have thought to mention anything from the previous journey. He's still kind of wrapped up in his own head.
Okay.
Same.
Anyone
I
else?
imagine Zandal's still sat in his workshop. He's probably like just tearing apart the pieces of Hager he's got left to try and at least make a new projector for M.
Okay.
Emotionally occupied.
So it's up to Blossom to make a decision.
Oh no.
And
Vienna, but Vienna's
Yeah.
probably like, "Meh."
Yeah, I'll I'll let everyone get back and sort things out.
Okay.
We'll probably be on deck
It's not
looking
going
out.
anywhere.
We'll see what we go past.
Okay. I mean, after another half a day, you are just out in open ocean. Bosun is just taking the most direct route. He's going straight across the open ocean here. So we are. I'm not going to roll for the days. This is just going to happen because Bosun is pushing this that hard for you guys. You're going to get back to Maham in 5 days travel, and he knows that you guys are in no fit state for adventure or for combat, so he is just avoiding everything. Like, in anything he sees, if he sees an island, he turns away. If he sees a creature, he turns away. He is just gunning it for Maham. So,
Person's best buddy.
but after 5 days travel, as the dawn breaks, you can see, as you come into the Bay of Maham, and you see in the distance...
Message Maverick before we got here, so there was time for him to get
Okay.
there. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think we said when you had that interaction with her that she cast a spell sending to Wilma, and there was a one to...
Yeah, I wanted her to send one to Maverick
Yeah, okay, that's
Yeah.
fine. That can have been sent to Maverick. Maverick
to see
will...
whether he could come to Maham or not.
Yeah, Maverick, she sort of sits there for a moment and goes, Mavi Man says he'll see what he can do. Okay.
And back to Maham.
On the dawn of the
I just
5th
wanted
day,
to
as
get-
you guys are sailing through the Bay of Maham, you can see on the horizon, shining in the morning sunlight, the towering sovereign citadel surrounded by the familiar walls of Maham. By roughly midday, the ship pulls in, docks, and the crew just all sort of shimmer and vanish, except for Bosun, who's just hung on the wheel. He's not left the wheel for 5 days. He's just been pushing constantly. And he goes, Alright.
Is there anything we
Go
can
do
do
what
for
you
you?
need to do. I'm alright.
Is
I'm
anything-
going to disincorporate and rest for a while.
Get some rest. Thank you for
I
getting
will.
us here so fast.
Not a problem. You needed it. Go. And he also just vanishes in this flicker of green fire.
Was it Tavern?
Xandal pokes his head out. Are we back?
Yes, we're
He's like just
back.
spent the entire 5 days journey just locked away in the
What
workshop.
sort of time of the day is it, sorry?
It's midday.
Midday. Vieto will kind of turn around to everyone and be like, "Look, I know I get that you're all stressed out and stuff, but we need to think about our priorities here. Do you think we ought to go to their, the
For
boss
us.
first?"
We should
could-
probably do that while it's fresh on our minds, to be
We
honest.
could get Ert to do... I mean, he might be busy. We could get Ert to send him a
It's
message.
at that
Ask
point
him.
where you hear a voice go, Well, I'm glad to tell you he's not busy. And you turn around and Ragnavale is stood there on your ship.
I'm
Ah.
not even going to ask.
Your vessel is rather distinctive. We
That's
saw
true.
it coming. Barras
Yeah.
has cleared his schedule and is waiting for you in the usual meeting room.
Great. Let's get this over with.
Don't
Very well,
suppose you've
follow
got a
me.
transportation circle, or do we have to walk through Maham?
We're very tired
You
right now.
watch as he just twizzles a finger, and you all feel your weight leave you as he casts fly on all of you.
Well, this is not quite what we had in mind right now. I've never
Come along.
flown before. How do you even direct yourself? I'm
I
You
can
flap
just
your
imagine
wings!
some scramble like to
wings,
get
Val!
the right way up.
Just spinning around in a circle like, this is not helping!
Val's just like, I can
I'm
do this
tired for this
anyway.
shit.
Ragnavale's just like flying away, and he's just like, just think where you want to go.
I want to go to... Maybe that's not such a good... God damn it! And she'll try and think of Barras.
Alright.
Fly towards
Yeah.
Barras.
Yeah. You all feel
I don't
yourself.
know if you've ever seen what happens to a cat in space. So they try and orient themselves, and they just kind of spin around.
Just perpetually spinning on the spot.
Oh, it's like a little
They'll throw some rope out so that somebody can just like
grab
take a
on the
lift.
house foot or something and just hitch a ride.
Oh dear.
Form a human chain.
But yes, you guys, with the assistance of this fly spell, fly over the Sapphire Docks and down into Halcyon Heights. No one is looking up at you. No one seems to have noticed you.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane?
You're flying
No,
flying
it's
high enough.
Armatae.
You're flying high enough that it's not really that easy to see you. But you watch as Rachnaveil touches down in front of the Sovereign Citadel gates as you all touch down. I'm assuming in varying degrees of competence.
I'm gonna throw up.
Someone, Val will land gracefully.
Flying,
Superhero landing.
Someone's going to face plant the floor.
Yeah.
Someone's going to, like, skid to a hole.
I just
Rachnaveil
kind of land on my knees and throw up. I don't
Rachnaveil
like
just
flying.
prestidigitates the sick away and goes,
Thank you.
clicks his fingers, cancelling the fly spell as you have now all landed.
Can
Very
imagine
well.
Fiona
That
being like a
again.
duck landing on an icy lake, just like,
Ah! I'm never doing that again.
Rachna turns in a swirl of his sort of bright gold robes and
I hate you.
walks. I don't really care. Just walks
Yeah,
in.
you know it's not true, darling.
Walks in, guiding you through the halls. The guards sort of watching you as you go, and servants stealing glances at you. But leads you to that usual round meeting room. Entering, you go in and you see sat within Barras, obviously Rachnaveil, who walked in with you, Theodas Quickwinal, and Lady Naxter are all currently sat there.
Oh,
Of course she is.
right now.
And Barras
Yes.
looks at you all and goes, "Sit." And as you all sit, he then goes, "Explain."
First things first. Oh, you first, darling.
Oh, she was just like, she kind of muttered under her breath, just like, oh, so demanding.
Oh,
Do you want
alright.
the long story or the short
You
story?
see him lean
Wait,
forward
wait,
to you
wait.
again and go, "I have received a simple message stating that Minas Pingoli is destroyed, Lady Alalva was a traitor, and that you killed her, and I now need to figure out how to A, deal with this situation, B, evade war with Minas Pingoli if it gets out that you killed one of the final members of one of their founding families, and C, figure out how this impacts diplomacy in general."
Well, there's some good news because Minas Pingoli isn't actually standing anymore, so we might have a
Yeah,
work on
no.
that one.
I'm going to let me bring out the diary and see whether I have to explain this the annoying way or I can just get you to read it. Is it fucking blank?
You flip back 5 days in the pages that are detailing your sailing, and there is just a gap, just blank pages.
Fuck! And she'll just put the diary back in her pocket. Well, that where do I begin?
I mean-
So,
Beginning would be good.
we were there to see Rowan. Check up on her. I had an open invitation from Alalva, so, she gave us a nice little tour. It was all, oh, too interesting. Oh, I like you. She's a fucking bitch, by the way. I
You can see
don't know.
Lady Naxter for all this is just hiding a grin behind her hand.
You know how, you probably don't know, but I've been looking for my father for a long time, right?
I have not heard of this.
No.
but
Basically, she's a fucking necromancer. And she turned my father into a monster who I was forced to kill. I don't really wish to discuss any further, and that is
She's also a
enough.
vampire.
She's also a fucking vampire. She turned a friend into a fucking vampire spawn.
Probably rewind a little bit. Like we skipped over a huge section.
I mean,
I think
giving
Val,
you the important
yeah.
information first, but...
So we were there. We were having dinner with Lady Alalva and Rawin. There was an or what we assumed was an assassination attempt, a successful assassination attempt on Lady Alalva. by a winged individual.
My brother.
We then went to investigate. We did a scrying spell to find out where this individual was. We went to that tower, which was in which district was it? And turns to one of the other guys.
The Ebony?
The Ebony district.
So,
Ebony Tower.
so not only, please tell me you did not break into the other founding family's tower.
No,
we didn't
we
break
didn't.
in.
Harass by this point
the
has
door
his
was
eyes.
open.
Harass has his eyes closed and just his hand
Is
on
it
his
breaking
face.
in, entering if the door is open?
Lady
just were allowed
Lady
in.
Naxter is biting a knuckle. Theodos is just
Oh,
staring
we still have
at
these
him
things, and she'll
wide-eyed.
pull out like the amulets that let us
Yeah,
in
we
as
were
well.
allowed in.
We
Yeah.
walked through the front door. I looked like this, and Val is just gonna basically show what he looked
Natalia's
like.
face parting.
The Pantene advert.
Yeah, and then turned back. It's just like we walked through the front door. Nothing was locked. We didn't break in.
We were genuinely actually looking for someone to talk to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was no one there.
We were then transported to some labs where there was a load of experiments, including an individual
Pre-calamity tech. I just want to elaborate.
pre-calamity tech. There was individuals that were living dead with like flute holes inside them. There was another creature that was holding a giant saw that had lopped off a load of
Nearly
limbs.
killed us. He had a bag of feet. Who does that?
And we eventually got to an area of the tower, and Lady Alauva, who we thought had been killed, we verified her death was there, and she attacked us.
She called us puppets. Said we fell right into a stereotype bad guy shit.
She attacked us. She had other creatures attack us. We killed her.
Killed
And
my father.
there was some kind of mechanism attached to her life force that caused all 3 towers to collapse. We barely escaped with our lives.
Ragnar, is there a way of reviewing people's memories so that we could show you what happens?
You watch as
We
Barras
don't really have any other proof other than our word and our experiences.
sort of looks over to Ragnar as well, and Ragnar goes, "It is possible. It would take some time to set up, but we could."
I think
Barras-
that's probably wise, because
I
you
mean,
can't really just take
that
our word.
is the
Barras
height.
at this point looks back at all of you and goes, "I personally, after all the goodwill you have done for me personally, and my city and my land and kingdom, I'm willing to take you at your word.
Not everyone else is for us. We have to protect
That-
your back
that-
as much as ours.
That is why I'm going to ask a couple of questions.
Sure.
Were you seen?
I don't think so.
Did you leave anything behind that could incriminate you?
Maybe one of my horn ornament?
Is that in any way in a place that could be found easily?
In
I think it's
pile
a-
of rubble?
Yeah, it's under a ton of
Under-
rubble.
3 towers of destruction? Probably
Then-
not.
That is likely not too bad. Did you speak to anyone about any of this within Minas Pingoli?
Evident resistance.
Truthfully, we kept our heads down when we assumed, because Rawin...
We thought we were
who-
going to be framed.
We
Yeah.
thought we were going to be framed for it, so we kept our heads down the whole time after Alauva's pretend death assassination.
And we ran like fuck when the towers failed.
We got
didn't
out
want
of
to
there. We didn't speak
get you into
to
trouble.
anybody on
We
the
just
way
ran.
out.
And
We should
as
send
soo-
aid, though. Hundreds of people could be hurt.
And as soon as we-
Because of those things, we will leave this where it is. Armatae, to the best of my knowledge, and hopefully to the best of your knowledge, never
Understood.
went to Minas Pingoli. Or if they did, they went, and then they
Had a
left.
nice visit and then left.
Nothing happened. I am sincerely sorry for the fates of Rowan and your father, Talia. If you need anything from us for any sort of funeral arrangements, please do let myself or Rachna know.
I must contact family first, but I perhaps will take you up on that offer. I think it is only right that we give them a send-off.
Very well. As it is, I now need to speak with Lady Naxter, and at this point, Lady Naxter, who had been gulling into her hand, just sort of sobers up and goes, yes, we will decide on some aid to send and figure out who we need to be contacting in a diplomatic approach from now on. Whether there are any surviving members of the Twilight Council, or whether there is a new power structure in place. We will be...
Talia starts tapping underground on the table and thieves' can. And then just stares at her and waggles her eyebrows.
She freezes for a split second, glances at you, and then just continues as if nothing happened.
Give her a wink.
And we will continue to offer our aid as friends, and hopefully try to assist Minas Pingoli in getting back onto its feet. But we will do what we can.
I'd like to imagine that while all this conversation is going on, Xandel's just kind of sat there in the chair with like half a robotic forearm in his hand, and he's just sort of like trying to screw it apart and take a component out of it.
I haven't even told Ragnar or anybody that Hagar and Emily have been destroyed. Oh no. You just sat there crying over your
Val, at this point.
Oh.
Yep, Val, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I appreciate everything, but going forward, if you do need to do that memory thing, as painful as it was or would be going through the memories again, I would happily offer my memories so that it provides evidence for us.
Mine as well.
Rachna just smiles and goes, the mere fact that you are willing to undergo it proves that it does not need doing. But thank you for the offer.
And not just you think it shouldn't be done, it might be nice to have actual evidence, just in case there are any parties wishing,
We will do so if we need it. Otherwise, if we do it without, and it's found out that we've done it, it suggests guilt. So
I suppose, yeah.
It's best to do it when we have to, not before.
I guess you're right.
Barras at this point goes, well, you've been gone a while, so I suppose I better bring you up to date on a few things.
Sure.
For the start, the bone claw that you had reported to a number of my guard. There have been no more murders, attacks, or even sightings of this creature. We're not sure whether it is still within the city or whether it has left.
I mean, we did hurt it the last time. It may be licking its wounds for another round later.
Or it might
I wouldn't
be
let your guard
linked
down.
to one of us.
But we will see. We'll keep our eyes peeled. The guards have been warned to look out for a figure of matching its description, but not to engage. Not solo anyway. They are advised to retreat and fetch either Theodus or Rachna to attempt to deal with it. Now I will add yourselves to that list.
Right.
Next up, the clone. The ooze.
Yeah, what about it?
Rachna goes, yes. We have had Nut build a secure facility below the city sewers. It is a vacuum-sealed facility, same as the original contraption she was... I'm not entirely sure, was confined in. We have since transferred it to that facility. It is much larger and gives it more freedom, and we are able to magically transport in necessities for it when necessary.
You managed to wipe its memory, or at least get the memories of me out of it.
No, we still don't understand its makeup enough, unfortunately, and getting samples without breaking the vacuum seal was impossible. We're hoping that through various arcane devices we have placed in this new habitat for it, we will be able to at least begin understanding it a little more.
Did Inala not leave any notes? Did Absum find any?
Absum has scoured what he can, but Inala didn't really keep notes.
Oh, she keeps it in that little head of hers.
Indeed, and there is not really a huge amount more that we could... Well, we've already passed
I
her
suppose
back.
talking to her is not in question.
She has already been escorted back to the Gnomish Kingdom. So,
Right, let's rules that out then.
indeed.
Awkward.
But we will continue to do what we can in studying this creature and doing what we can for it whilst treating it in the same way we would any other sentient.
Yes.
But, yes. The next major thing is, during your absence, the ambassador from Reforp, and if everyone could make me an insight check.
Okay.
When he gets back, yeah. Okay.
Get Ben to make one. Making insight checks, please, Ben.
Insight.
Insight, yep.
Okay.
Oh. I rolled initiative. I don't know who I'm trying to fight with.
22.
Hey! Probably
Ooh,
the best person to roll 22.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
No idea.
okay, so
Just take the initiative roll, it's fine, right?
no, it's different modifier.
Less
So
modifier than-
Talia and Val, you pick up on it. When Barras says the ambassador from Reforp, every other person in the room's face twists just the tiniest bit. Just like on Naxter, it's just a very light curling of a lip, which normally she's a half-orc, so she should have tusks, but you can tell she probably does something like filing them down or something, but as she curls her lip, just the tiniest hint of tusk shows. Very dainty and like petite. Ragnar just has this very troubled look on his face. Theodos just looks almost like you can see his eyes just tense and like wrinkles form around them.
You don't sound very happy that he's here.
Has Val been to Rethorpe?
Val, you would know Reforp is where you were a slave.
Okay.
Reforp is you also have... Talia, you've heard of Reforp.
Gunter's told me about Reforp.
That's where Gunter is from. But he has arrived with his party. Talks have begun. I had to actually cancel one today when your ship was seen. I'm sure I'm going to have to deal with some bluster later. It will be interesting. But there will be being a ball held in a number of days' time. I would appreciate it if Armatae could attend, but after having heard what you've gone through and what you have lost, I will understand if you would prefer to bow out of the event, or if some of you would prefer not to attend.
We shall see. Sometimes being distracted is a good thing.
Very well. Just
I
let me know.
I need an excuse for a party, so I'll be there.
Out of curiosity,
we get +1s.
What does his sigil look like?
Oh, you've asked me something that I didn't have a notepad up for.
Why would you not have a notepad up for that specific thing?
Because I forgot, because I'm a fool. Don't worry, it's only opening a text document. It'll only take 2 seconds. Fingers crossed. There we go. Well, he doesn't particularly have an insignia that I'm aware of. If he does, it's not one he emblazons. He's arrived under the ambassadorial insignia of Reforp. But I do know his name is Lord Worthington.
And does that twig for Val at all, or would he not have known that name?
Make a history check with disadvantage.
I'm laughing because that's the most normal name Paddy's come up with.
Worthington. Oh, it sounds like an absolute unrepeatable word.
Yeah.
So,
Lord Worthington.
13 and 20, but 13.
13.
Oh.
You were very young at the time, and most of your time was spent either at work, in your cell, or from the end of it, you were just extremely ill. But you do remember the name Worthington being mentioned by guards and other, like, not slaves, but servants. Whether that was in relation to your owner or in relation to just general gossip, you're not certain. But Worthington was definitely a name that was mentioned a few times where you were kept.
Val is just gonna let out a slight gasp as it, like, the memory twigs in his head. As much as he's not confirmed, he just, like, he tries to recompose himself, but he is digging his nails into his hand because he's just the name, the experiences, everything that he had as a child is kind of, all of the memories are kind of coming back as one. I mean, he's had that recently with the bloody, what were they called? Not the witches.
Hags.
With ladies,
The
the
hags.
hags.
Yeah.
The
Like,
ladies, I say.
Yeah.
Oh, ladies!
Ladies.
He almost has a momentary experience of that, and he digs his nails into his hands, takes a deep breath, and carries on sitting there.
But yes, like I say, there will be a ball with Lord Worthington, Albrecht Worthington, as the guest of honor with his entourage. But again,
Nobles and hoity-toity names.
sometimes they. Baras just smiles and goes, "Sometimes we don't get to pick them. We have."
I mean, Boras is a pretty good name.
It's not as bad as Astar, I suppose, but it's the parents who pick the name, not the child.
Well, you have to do one thing right? No offense to your departed father.
None taken. But yes, until then, go rest. I can see that you need it.
Very much needed.
I needed the report, but I regret that I've had to put you through this so soon after your return.
It is understandable. It's better to get it fresh than... yeah.
But I won't keep you any longer, please. Ragnar will escort you out, and again, my condolences on your losses.
Thank you. And
if you need
be in touch
anything,
about funeral arrangements at a later time.
Yes, just either reach out to Ragnar or come and ask for an appointment with me yourself. Either is acceptable. And he stands and walks out with Lady Naxter and Theodos. Already him and Lady Naxter in conversation, discussing, like, you can hear him saying, well, if we send a Zeppelin with a number of food supplies, and before the door closes. Ragnar goes, very well, let's get you all out of here so you can go back to your delightful tavern.
Fiona will cut in and go, I'll walk. Thank you.
Yeah, no flying, thank you.
I was not intending to cast fly on you again.
Good. Good. She starts walking.
I like dry land, please.
But he guides you back through the halls of the black marble sovereign citadel back to the front gate in Halcyon Heights, and stands there as he says, very well, please don't hesitate to call me if you need anything. Xandal?
Yes?
Might I have a word?
Depends on which one.
Oh, I have plenty to choose from.
Of course.
What you done now?
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Do you need one of us to stay behind? I mean, you're quite small, you might get
it'll
lost.
be fine.
He'll be fine, Val. Come on, let's go.
I'll be fine. You go back.
Okay. As the rest of you walk off, Ragnar guides you over to one side, Xandal, and then just stands there, crosses his arm, and just looks at you. He's just giving you that parent look of, I know something, but I'm giving you the chance to own up to it first.
Oh, I hate it when parents do that. I know he's not your dad, but...
Which would you like to know? The destroyed robot that's housing pre-calamity tech, one mark on one hand, one mark on another hand.
You just feel a force slap the back of your head, and you can tell he's just used a minor telekinesis cantrip to just like give you like just a clip round the ear. Don't take that tone with me, boy. You're about 200 years too early.
Well, I had
Yes,
an emotionally
it's just-
unavailable step parent.
Now, I don't have time right now, but we are going to sit down and have a look at both of these marks. We are going to have some discussions, and if you are going to rebuild these robots, I'm assuming this time you're not going to be doing something as foolish as last time.
He sort of like delves into sort of like one of his pockets, and so from the sort of like past 5 days sat on the ship, he's drawn up like new plans. He's sort of like, I've been working on that. I may need your help with something, and he sort of like provides the new blueprints for the next defender.
Yep. You just watch as they fly out of your hand and just like roll out flat in the air in front of Rachna, who just stands there and looks them over and goes, I see. What is the power source? This is not the same as your previous construct.
No, this is information that I've discovered from another plane. It's essentially with Haga, it was a life force that was powered by myself. This one is essentially from the gatherings that I've got, a self-powering item. It essentially replenishes itself.
Engine of some kind.
Yes.
So, and here he doesn't say anything. He just reaches out and taps your chest inquisitively, like where you know the gems embedded in your skin are.
They can be removed.
Will you be removing them?
Obviously, I'm going to need your help with it. I may need to.
You just see a smile creep onto Rachna's face as he leans in and goes, "You know I'll have to call Finri."
Couldn't Val or Ert do it? I mean, I'm sure they've got the
She
necessary.
installed them, so her expertise will be necessary to remove them.
It's going to be awkward, isn't it?
Oh, it's going to be delicious for me, Xandal.
I know I needed you to help remove them because you placed the wards that essentially sealed that if I died, Haga stopped working.
Yes, I placed the ward, so I will have to remove them, but she is the one who did the actual operation and the healing. She is the one who understands the best way to remove and heal what has been removed. I'm sure she won't mind speaking to you again after so long, after what you did. Or at least after she's taken her pound of flesh anyway.
Yeah, she's going to enjoy that far too much.
I will begin. She's not currently in the city, but I can recall her within a couple of days. I will send the necessary messages later. In the meantime, come to me when you're free and we will inspect your other issues.
Of course. Thank you.
Very well. For now, why don't you go get some relaxing done? And when I say relaxing, I mean relaxing, Xandal. No tinkering, no locking yourself in a workshop. Actually socialize and be a normal person for a day.
But I've almost finished the housing to at least.
No. As much as I enjoy getting caught up in research as the next arcane user, sometimes you do have to take a step back to recharge and get a fresh perspective. Do that for today. Your friends are grieving. Even though you are not the best at emotions, at least be there for them during this time, rather than locked in a workshop.
I'll do what I can.
That's all I ask, and I'm sure your sister has missed you as well. Oh, and
Yes.
do tell her trying to break into the Arcane Academy with her little friend is frowned upon.
Little friend?
Some young boy named Grifter that she has apparently befriended.
Right.
Dude's a better dad than your dad.
At least he actually gives a shit.
I mean, Dandel, you would know, like, you spent a good 5 years at the Arcane Academy, and you shot to the top of the artificing as a prodigy.
Yeah.
You interacted with Rachnaveil more than most other students. It is only natural he has sort of your best interests
Yeah.
at heart.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, he does sort of like see Rachnaveil as a kind of parent figure anyway. Even if he does enjoy winding him up.
But yeah.
So, yeah.
He then just sort of gives you back the blueprints and just pats you on the head and goes, "Go on, get going."
I'll see you later.
Way
Sandal just kind of like takes the screwdriver out of his pocket and just sort of like swizzles it in his fingers.
You just feel another telekinetic slap on the back of the head while the screwdriver is plucked out of your hand.
I want that back.
You've got plenty.
Yeah, but that's my favourite. He kind of just wanders off.
Okay. Alright. So the rest of you make your way out of Halcyon Heights, through the northern gate into the Gateway District, moving through the familiar streets until you are stood in front of the comforting, familiar outside of the Jigging Jester.
I just walk in, but not with the usual flair, just defeated.
Okay. As you walk in and look around, you can see Rook stood behind the bar, but there is a number of other patrons here, but they are sort of scattered. It's the middle of the day, so there's not a huge amount here at the moment. But you can see Rook, but that's it currently.
Probably look around, see the amount of people, just kind of take a deep breath and be like, I can't do this, and she's just gonna run upstairs to her room.
Okay. Rook just sort of watches you go and just goes, looks at the rest of you and goes, "Welcome back. Drinks?"
There's gonna be a few. You drink
Rook, I love
it. Yeah.
Val's gonna look up at the portraits of Armatae, up on our raised thing, and he just can't face it. He doesn't rush away. He just walks slowly, really slowly, just like as if he's not got any energy, and just climbs the stairs to the base. Okay. And he's gonna basically go to Rawin's room just to put the loot and the other items away into a room, and then he's going to return to his room and just...
Okay. Yeah. Alright. Anyone else doing?
Fiona will sit at the bar, and anyone who's maybe noticed the disappearance of Talia and the disappearance of Val and just been like, well, what the hell? She's just going to be like, they've had a few losses, and just leave it at that. And then she kind of tells Rook that we've lost Rawin in a rough kind of way, but she doesn't say how.
Rook just listens, and then from Rook's beak, you just hear in Rowan's voice, "Gone,
Please
but
stop
not
it.
forgotten."
Son of a bitch! Stop stabbing me in the fucking heart.
Rook just reaches under the bar, brings out like 2 silver tankards. I mean, Blossom and Xandal, are you at the bar as well?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, he brings out silver tankards enough for all of you, and then pulls out a very expensive looking bottle, and you can see that it is labelled Were Whiskey. And he uncorks it and pours a good jot into each tankard, and then picks up his, offers it to the rest of you, and goes, Rowan.
I don't feel like I should have
Rowan.
exactly been toasting to her since we didn't
We
see eye
were,
to eye.
we didn't, we barely even knew her. It was those that have been most affected, really.
I'd imagine
I mean,
Ert is still at
Ert's
the
still
bar.
there.
Yeah.
Is there? So
No, Ert diverted off from the rest of you. She's gone straight to Wilma's.
Wilma's, yeah. But Vienna kind of looks at a tankard and the strong drink and looks at Rook and says, however, and she takes 2 tankards and the strong drink, goes upstairs, leaves 1 tankard outside Talia's room, 1 tankard outside Val's room. Vienna's not completely...
Can't let anyone know that Vienna might not be as cold-hearted as she likes. She's got to be subtle with it.
Come back now. Oh, that was good.
Great. Yeah, like pretend that she didn't just do that, yeah.
I'm going to take those. They were delicious.
Okay. Do the other 2 of you drink the whiskey?
I mean, we drink it, but I think...
I don't feel like this is a trap.
Well, Rook drinks his as well, and as you both drink yours, you expect the burning bite of whiskey. Instead, what would both of your characters' favourite flavours be?
Oh, that's cool.
Probably things like aniseed and stuff like that.
Yeah, that is exactly what yours tastes like. It is aniseedy and just gently sharp in just the right amounts, and it just you can sort of taste that it's alcoholic, but it's not overpowering. It's just very pleasant. What about Blossom?
I'm not sure.
Sushi.
Yeah,
sushi.
wine doesn't sound very good, does it?
That's horrible.
I mean, if sushi is your favourite, then as you drink it, you just get... It's not fish, but it's like that
Like the
salty,
sweet rice.
Umami.
Yeah.
that salty,
Yeah.
sweet umami flavour that is so familiar to fish. But it's done in such a way that it is just this gentle flavour that coats your tongue and just is pleasant. And Rook just puts down his tankard, nods to you both, and goes, we see where things go. Okay. So Talia, you've gone to your room.
I'll be going straight to the chest
have you gone to
and my
your
father's
room?
armor.
Have you gone to your room or Gunter's
I've gone to
room?
my father's armor.
Okay.
Because I want to lay the ashes that I've got and then probably cry over them.
Okay. You pull out your father's armor, Talon armor, lay it down on the floor, and gently place the ashes and his horn ornament
Still
in
on
with
my
it.
head. I'm not taking that
Okay.
off ever.
Okay, that's fine. But yeah, you lay them down and just look down at this set of armor that you know would have been his and he would have worn throughout his whole time there. So different from the black plate mail that you saw him in last. You just sit and remember the good times when you were younger. Running through the village with your father chasing after you, laughing at your antics. Smiling as you asked for treats, doting on you. And then his wide back as he left in that armor to go and fight for your freedom. About an hour later, as you're just sat there, probably you can still cry, so you've probably cried quite a bit. You just feel a strong set of arms wrap themselves around you. Blue skin. Gunter doesn't say anything, he just hugs you, and is just there for when you need him.
Probably like grip his arms tighter. I found him.
I see.
And then I killed him.
I was about to say, I think it did not go so well.
No. I got maybe 5 minutes with him. Fucking bitch Alauva. I should have killed her slower.
I'm not really able to empathize as well as I maybe could. I've lost family, but I've never physically been there to see it. But
Pity you. Well, not pity you. Fuck, envy you. Sorry, wrong word. I envy you in that aspect.
At the same time, at least you got to say goodbye.
Yeah. I knew it had to be me. He was undead. And I have certain duties I must perform. And he asked it to be me.
If I was in his shoes, I would have preferred it to be you as well.
No. Could never. Not to you.
Well, I'm rather glad to hear that. Should I ever turn, I shall be scourge upon the land who cannot be stopped.
Don't you ever.
Oh, trust me, I don't intend to. I mean, when you're undead, bits drop off. Except for you, obviously. Your bits are all absolutely fine where they are. And I'm rambling because I'm not very good at this.
You were doing so well.
I know.
Should just laugh with her.
He just
Right,
smiles.
well, I've cried enough, I think.
He hands you that silver tankard and he goes, I found this outside your door.
Is it outside my door?
I'm not sure, but it's in one of Rook's special tankards, so it's probably something very nice.
Let me see. She'll give it like a sniff.
As you sniff it, what would Talia's favourite smell be?
Ooh, anything spicy.
As you sniff it, there's just
cinnamon or something, I don't know.
As you sniff it, there's just this waft of cinnamon and chili and paprika.
It smells pretty weird.
You've just got yourself a fireball.
Yeah. I'll give it a little taste.
As you give it a taste, you just feel your mouth heat up. And it's not like stupidly hot. It's just this pleasant warmth that just flows over your tongue. And as you swallow, it just blossoms as it goes down, filling your chest with just this gentle warmth and just this hint of spice.
That is strangely pleasant. What does it taste like to you? And she'll hand it to...
He sniffs it and goes, huh. Interesting.
Smells spicy, right?
No, not for me. It smells smells minty.
Mint?
Oh,
really spicy to me.
Did he finally crack open a bottle of rare whiskey? My goodness.
What is that?
Oh, rare whiskey. You know of were creatures and how they can change and shift, yeah?
Well, yeah, blossom.
Well, were whiskey is an enchanted alcohol which changes its flavor to match whoever drinks it, to be their favorite flavor. That's why it's so expensive.
Like mint?
Well, it's mint for me. Yeah, I like mint. But for you, it's spice. So, and it's why it's so expensive, because it's the sort of drink that you can serve to anyone and be assured they will like the drink, because that is the whole point.
Speaking of liking stuff, has Rook ever prepared fish before?
We get fish from the harbors, yeah.
I got something to teach Rook that I think your patrons are going to really like.
Oh, well, maybe when you're feeling a bit, more up to
More
it,
myself.
then yeah, then we can have a little crash course in the kitchen.
Sure, it'll be fun.
Yeah.
A good wasted fun.
in the meantime, do you want an update of how things have been going, or do you just want to cuddle for a bit longer?
I mean, I know there's a dignitary from Rethorpe that Boris doesn't seem very happy
As
about.
as you say, Refop, you just like Gunter has been cuddling you, but one hand was resting on the floor. His fingernails dig into the wood and crack the floor.
I probably could have been a bit more gentle with that fact. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. I've
It's
seen
supposed to be
some
a
walking
ball.
around.
Well,
Seen some walking around. It's absolutely fine. But yes. But I
sounds
meant
like
more
an
along the
asshole.
lines of with Halise and everything.
Oh, how has Elise been doing? Has she been doing good in her training?
Yes, every morning. She started after about a week. She started roping in that boy who follows Val around.
Speaking of
Grifter.
that boy, is he encouraging her to break into places? Because Ragnavea was not very happy.
You were not there for that.
Oh fuck! I wasn't there. That was Aaron.
No.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Fuck. That's
she's been
player knowledge, not character knowledge. My apologies. I never said that.
Yeah, the boy who follows Val around. That's Grifter boy.
Yeah. She's supposed to be friends with him, right?
Yeah, they've been after her training. She comes and joins into training, and then they go off exploring together. Occasionally, I make sure to keep an eye on them and follow them when I have time. Otherwise,
Not been up to any good. No good. No kissy kissy.
No, I mean Grifter is a 12-year-old boy and she's a 17-year-old girl.
I don't know how they are.
She may be interested in him, but I very much doubt he's interested in her. He still believes in cooties.
Probably a good thing.
Yeah, but still, they've been getting into minor scrapes here and there. But I've made sure they've kept away from the more rough areas and dangerous types. But they've been doing little things like they tried breaking into Z's laboratory behind his shop and trying to add extra sugar into things, little things like
She
that.
shouldn't. This is nice. No, rogues have a reputation, but we can be better than that reputation.
Not
We
so
should
much
be
rogue.
breaking and entering.
It's not so much rogue stuff. It's more childish pranks, just keeping themselves entertained, I think. But no one's
we ought to
come
teach
forward.
her consequences of bad behavior.
Yours
believe me, there's already consequences going on downstairs because Sandal's already summoned Domiat back to himself. He's probably sat on a
Not
table
enough,
somewhere. Sat on a table somewhere with a drink in hand, grilling Halise about this person called Shifty.
Shifty Grifter.
Yeah.
She's gonna get like double told off.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining Domiat heading back to it. Like the Howlers in Harry Potter. Like
yeah. Albert Weasley.
How dare you steal that car?
Yeah. But yeah, Gunter just sort of goes, yeah, she's gotten much better at the course. Getting through it sort of a couple of times out of 10 now, rather than just the once. So she's improving slowly. Other than that, I don't think there's anything else I really need to.
What
update
about
you
I tried to warn you, but I don't think you got my message. And then I think you gave Fiona a bit of an eyeball with the towel. I wasn't complaining, but
yeah, I mean, I just I propped the mirror up just in case, and I went and had a bath in the onsen, came back, and well, I hope you enjoyed the show.
I did.
And I did not expect Vienna to be looking in your mirror, so.
No, we were trying to give you a message about the bone claw, and it's still a problem.
Not seen or heard anything, but
apparently it's been keeping a low profile, or it's left. Probably more keeping a low profile than left, I doubt.
Well,
something that malicious is going to be gone.
Well, at least it's keeping a low profile for now. It gives us a bit of time. But
be nice to have some time where the world isn't ending.
Indeed. In fact, I've potentially, when you're feeling a bit better, I may have found somewhere for a date.
Oh?
Indeed.
That would be nice.
For now, I think we probably should. We'll pop this away carefully.
Yeah.
And he points at the armor and goes, "We'll organize something." And I think we need to get drunk.
I agree.
Should I grab Valdizian?
I'm not sure if he's going to be wanting to get drunk, but we should probably check on him. And Ert, although I think she's spending some time with fucking Mara. Wilma! Wilma! Nearly forgot. Wilma! She's spending time with Wilma.
Okay. As Gunter...
She's taking it pretty hard, you know. She's a child. She's never lost anyone before. I've lost people, but yeah.
Well, I'll go fetch Val, and we'll all go downstairs, and we'll...
I was going to say, does Gunter know about Rowan?
Yeah, you've not told him about Rowan. You've told him about your father.
Yeah.
About Val. I'm afraid it wasn't just my father that we lost. Rowan was she was turned into a vampire spawn, and we had to kill her as well. Why am I more upset about Rowan than fucking Tarlock?
Because you knew Rowan longer?
Yeah, true.
You just
Literally.
watched Gunter's face just sort of go blank, and then he just steps into his shadow. Val, what have you been doing in your room, by the way?
Val's no longer... If it's been an hour, Val's no longer in his room.
Okay.
When he dropped everything off into Rowan's room, he went back to his room and sat on the bed, and he felt like the tears and everything that he'd been holding in on the boat for the 5 days, he felt like it was about to erupt out of him. So he went to his soundproof room.
Okay.
And literally for about 30 minutes straight bawled his eyes out.
Okay.
But then he was like, what's the point in crying? It's not going to change anything. It's not going to help bring her back. It's not going to do any of that. So, not wanting to face everybody downstairs, he's climbed out his window and he's gone into town. He's decided to go and look for a jewellery shop or a jewellery maker in town.
All right.
Would Val have fallen over the tankard on the way?
No, he would have gone through the window, so the tankard would still be there.
Probably still there.
Yeah. So Gunter comes back a second later and goes, I think Val has gone out, so for now we'll just go downstairs.
Yeah.
And as you two make your way downstairs, and as Val is out and about, we're going to take a quick break and come back. Going to come back and deal with the rest of this emotions in about 10-15 minutes once people have had a chance to refresh drinks, go to the bathroom, etc, etc. So please, during this time, do that yourselves, and we'll see you over here in a minute. Bye bye.
Hydration in the seat, very
important. See you in a bit. Bye.
Hello and welcome back. Everyone has gone and used whatever they needed to use and got whatever they needed to get, and fingers crossed we should be good for another couple of hours. Who knows? We'll see.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, we're now going to swap to Val, as the rest of them are downstairs in the Jigging Jester. Val, you are going to try and find a jeweler.
Yeah, did Wilma, when I had my original brooch made for me, the one with the enchantment, did Wilma mention who the jeweler was that made that?
She did
not. I thought it was
not.
Asgard. No. For some reason I thought it was Asgard.
No, Asgard is an armourer. She doesn't do delicate jewellery.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna... I'm going out for a walk to try and clear my head and try and process a load of stuff, but I'm also kind of trying to look out for anybody that makes jewellery or fine jewellery or can craft that kind of thing.
Okay. So you would know there is the Jeweller's Guild.
Okay.
You've been there before to purchase diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
So you know that they would either be able to take a commission themselves or direct you to a member of the guild's shop for such a thing. So, but otherwise, you can either go there or you could try and actively just look for a jeweler.
I'll probably do a little bit of both. Go towards the Jeweller's Guild, and if I spot another jeweler en route, I'm also looking randomly for a florist as well.
Okay.
Just so that I can keep an eye out for some other stuff.
Yeah, go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Yeah.
5. Okay. So walking along, you're sort of glancing at storefronts and just sort of trying to see if you can see anything that looks like a jeweler or a florist. But as you're walking along, you're just finding yourself drifting back into memories of walking these same streets with Rowan, of the first time you went to the Alchemist Guild, the first time you found Wilma's, all the time the time where you got stuck in a manhole cover and Rowan had to try and help you through it with your wings. They're both happy and sad memories at the same time, and they just sort of they seem to overlay everything, and you're seeing it as if from a third person point of view, and you just sort of stop taking in your surroundings before you know it, you are stood in the guild hall area. Just you were your feet almost took you towards the Alchemist Guild. It's only as you were sort of like you caught the glimpse of the Jewelers Guild sign out the corner of your eye that you sort of remembered, oh, that's what I was actually doing.
So I'm gonna go in and is there somebody? Is there like a desk and somebody at the desk?
There is a desk, and the last time you came here, it was a dwarf who was measuring stuff out. This time, as you walk in, it is a humanoid, human size, sort of 5'6" woman with long green dreadlocks, which, as you get a closer look very vine-like. And she has dark brown skin with almost a grainy texture to it. And she looks up and goes, "Oh, hello. How can I help you?"
Afternoon. Do you do? I mean, I assume you do, but I'm looking for a jewelry commission on a couple of items, a couple of matching items.
Oh,
I just
okay.
assumed to come here to.
Yes, obviously we can take the details, and we will, if we have an in-house member of the guild here within the hall, we can pass it on to them if they feel they can do it. Otherwise, we will put it on a notice board, and one of the local jewellery shops can pick it up and fulfill the order.
Awesome. So, what I'm looking to have made, the cost of the materials, like whether it's expensive metals or cheap metals, it's not really. It doesn't really matter. It's more the fact that I'm looking for something that is a small brooch, or it could be used as.
As you're talking, she's scribbling, taking down notes on all of this.
Or something that could be used as like a cloak clasp, in the shape of a lute. But it needs to have a blue stone in it. It doesn't need to be an expensive blue stone or like a diamond or anything like that. It just needs to have a blue stone in it. And I need 3 of these kind of made to be identical. And then I'm looking for a similar thing to be made smaller, but that can fit onto a piece of ribbon that could go around like a plant pot. You can see that Val is like trying to explain it, but he's trying to hold back like his own emotions and stuff.
Yeah. She sort of takes all that down on a piece of paper and goes, "Yeah, okay, that should be doable. Do you want me to go and see if there's anyone available now, or are you happy for me to just post it on the notice board and you can come check back in a couple of days and see if anyone's picked it up?"
I'd prefer it done sooner rather than later. It's in memory of somebody we've lost, so it's.
I'm sorry for your loss. I will go and see if any of the in-house members are interested. And she gets up and moves through a door behind the desk. About 20 minutes later, she comes back and she goes, "Fortunately, one of the members was interested and has taken on the commission. They say in total it'll probably come to about 300 gold.
That's fine.
Would you like to pay now or upon collection?"
I'll pay now. That's fine.
Very well. That would be 300 gold then, please.
And he hands over the 300 gold.
She takes it and puts it below the desk, and then gets out a sort of like piece of like almost like ticket stub, writes on both halves and rips them apart and hands you one and goes, come back in probably a day and a half and it should be ready by then.
Awesome, thank you very much. And he pulls out of his bag. He's got like a little note, almost like notebook that he's got, and it's also got like all of Rowan's letters in there. And he's just gonna stick it in with Rowan's letters, carefully put it back in his bag, and carry on.
Yep. Okay. So you move out of the Jewelers Guild. Where are you going to go now?
I think he's just gonna take almost like a scenic route back to the Jigging Jester. If he doesn't find anywhere that he can get anything today, he'll go out another day. Maybe when he's a little bit clearer of thought. And if he does see somewhere that sells, he's basically looking for the blue plant that he got for Rowan. He's looking for almost like an identical species, and if he doesn't see it, then he'll just go back to the Jester and.
Okay. Moving through, you don't see any florists or anything on your way through. You think you may have a better luck in the Sapphire Docks in the Patchwork Bazaar, but that's quite a walk away, and you're probably not as keen to go that far when you're in this sort of mood.
Yeah.
So you eventually wind your way back through the streets to the Jigging Jester. As you arrive outside the Jester, you see more. You hear them first. You hear two sets of running feet coming from an alleyway nearby, running towards you.
Okay.
And bursting out from the alleyway, giggling, is Halise and Grifter. And you can see that they're both sort of muddy and have got scuffs on their clothes. And you're not entirely sure where or what they've been doing, but they're giggling and like sort of pushing each other. And as they run towards the door of the Jester, they like both see you and just stop. And Grifter goes, "Oh, Mr. Valtisian, hello."
Grifter, how have you been doing?
Good. Have you met Halise? It's really nice.
I know Halise. And Val looks Halise up and down and just goes, "Go and see Xandal."
Halise
like,
just...
with all the marks on her clothes and the fact that she's covered in dirt, it's just like, I'm not dealing with this shit. Go to your brother.
Halise just goes, "He's back!" and runs inside. And Grifter just sort of goes, "Oh, I guess I better get going then."
You not been getting up to no good or anything like that? You've been keeping on the straight and narrow?
Oh, yeah, of course, Mr. Valdizian. I've been following everything you've taught me. Yes.
Good. And remember, if you ever get into trouble or anything, you can come straight back and grab one of us and we can help.
Come to Uncle Val.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much. Val, make a perception check for me.
Okay. That's the wrong screen. Perception.
Many times.
14.
14. You sort of take a closer look at Grifter, and you're very used to Grifter being, like, obviously he lives now at the Almshouse with Father Nicholas. And though the clothing there isn't rags, it's not exactly the best quality either. But as you sort of look over his clothes now, there is just this... They are just slightly better than you remember when you last saw them. Just ever so... Like, the cut is just slightly better. Not massively. We're not talking, like, going from, like, urchin clothes to a three-piece suit.
Yeah.
But, like, the cut of the tunic is just a little bit cleaner. There's not as many patches on the trousers. And he just generally looks a little bit better put together. Like, he's actually... Whereas before it looked like he just threw his clothes on and didn't give a damn. Like, you can see he's actually taken a bit of time in his appearance as well.
Okay. Val is just gonna give an offhand comment and see how he reacts, and just say hi to Father and Nicholas for me. It appears that he's been getting better clothing donations at the very least. You seem to be doing well.
Oh, yeah. And he just, like, sort of looks down at himself and goes, Father Nicholas, I helped around the almshouse, and he let me have a look through the old clothing box, check out some stuff.
That's good. Kind of ruffles his hair and goes in.
And you watch as Grifter waves and then starts trotting away back towards where you know the gate to Grimhaven to be. Inside, Xandal and the rest of you, I'm assuming Gunter and Talia come downstairs at this point as the door opens, and Xandal, you have the briefest couple of seconds to catch a glimpse of Halise as she comes through the door, dirty, scuffed up, her clothes slightly disheveled, as she rockets over to you going, Xandal!
God. Yep, you just see him just fly off the other end of the table that he's been sat on. Just so that he's been sat on the table just so that he's eye level with everyone.
Yeah.
And
she's got you in a hug.
Hello, how are you?
I'm great. I've been having such a good time. I've been getting better in my training, and I made a friend, and Rook's been cooking me really nice meals, and don't tell anyone, but Gunter let me have a little bit of cider. And Gunter immediately, Gunter hears this and it just stops dead. It goes, it was apple juice. It's fair.
Charlie's like giving him a scolding look like,
Xandal just kind of shakes his head, smirking. He says, yes, I've heard you've made a new friend. What was his name? Shifty, wasn't it?
Grifter, Xandal, be
Grifter.
respectful.
His name is Grifter.
I at least know that.
Well, until you stop attempting to break into the Arcane Academy, he shall be known as Shifty.
They did what?
We didn't try to break in. We were just playing with the door. I mean, it forms a face and talks. Entering. No, it forms a face and talks to you.
Gunter, I think someone needs double the training.
If Ragnar Vale
falls.
If Ragnar Vale wasn't on my good side, you know he'd have just pinned you to the ceiling for a week by your pinky toes.
You just see all the colour drain from her face, and you hear her whisper, "Not playing with the door again."
You know, that's not a bad idea, Gunter. She like winding her up.
Gunter calls over to Rook. Rook, nails and hammer, please.
Just stare at her pointedly.
Listen,
behave yourself.
I am not one to judge who you hang around with. I am not your father. I can only help guide you in your decisions. If this Shifty fella brings you joy, allows you to have fun, all for it. Just remember that though we're not under our father's eye anymore, he says as he absent-mindedly rubs the back of his hand.
As you say that, you just hear in the back of your mind just a light chuckle.
We still have an appearance to keep.
She just sort of looks bashful and kicks her feet on, admittedly, what is now the tabletop. And she goes, "Does that mean I can't go with Grifter to play with the horses anymore?"
I didn't say that.
It just means you have to behave yourself, girl.
Yes, you're learning a very unique set of skills. You're being taught by these two.
I'm just gonna give you a look of what are you implying?
You're learning
perfectly good job, thank you very much.
You're learning a set of skills that can easily land you into as much trouble as you can get out of. Besides, ruining the family name is my job.
You see Halise goes to say something and then wisely decides to just bite her lip instead. And it's at this point Rook just comes over and puts down on the tabletop next to you, Xandal, a hammer and 2 nails.
He kind of looks at the hammer and nails. He's like, "I've been banned from using them tonight."
You've been banned from using hammers and nails? By
I'm not
who?
allowed to tinker by reckon a veil.
What's he of that or something?
God, you magic types are into some kinky things. And Val just walks up behind at that point.
Yeah.
Oh,
Rook just-
Val, how are you?
Rook just cocks his head, takes the hammer and nails away, and then offers you a piece of paper, Sandal.
he takes the paper.
It appears to be a letter.
Oh. He reads it.
Opening it up, it is in very, very crude penmanship and rather poorly written. There's quite a few spelling mistakes. But as you read through it, it is basically just a reminder from Mercia that her door is always open to you should you wish to come and visit for a drink. And you remember Mercia was the female orc who was standing outside the tower.
Yes! Go visit your big lady friend.
You can see him just sort of sat there trying to piece this all together for a moment before going, "Val,
Yeah.
Mercia was one of the guards at my tower, wasn't they?"
Talia like lean forward and like,
And-
what, the one that took a fancy to you?
Val kind of smirks and is just like, yeah.
Huh. What do you mean took a fancy to me?
I thought it was painfully obvious, Sandals. She fancied you.
Didn't she offer you a place to stay that night or something at the same time?
She did?
She did.
He
Yeah,
goes
she
ruffling through like all of his notes and sort of like pulling out like blueprints of like all sorts of different things before finding the scrap of paper that had it written down.
The scrap of paper that had her address on it. Yep.
He's like,
I mean, speaking of
yeah.
girls taking a fancy to you, I don't think she was the... I'm sure there are other women that like you. Do you not notice these things, Sandal?
There was
No.
someone else as well, wasn't there?
I believe you had also at one point bumped
Wasn't it some
into Helga,
Yeah,
the
bodyguard of the Silken Sheets lady.
yeah, of Madame Scarlet. Yes,
Yes.
the Goliath, the female Goliath body.
Oh, it's that time again. I think Paddy's gone.
Oh no! I've just seen him freeze on the thing. Well, in a minute, I'll become DM and it'll be fine.
Who am I? Let me know who I am.
I'm watching the
We'll swap
stream now.
places a minute, won't we?
What time is
we'll
it?
kinda go.
Literally this time every single night, so...
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that the screenshot as well, because he's like, "Oh, we're morphing!" Why, you little whippersnapper? Quick, put words in his mouth. Like, what's he saying?
This.
Oh, who lives in the pineapple under the sea?
He's probably listening to all of this going, "You're all arseholes."
Fuck you!
And you turn the piece of paper over and it's got a transportation circle on it. And you suddenly end up in her bedroom.
She's a wizard fighter.
Oh god. It's more the fact that he's like on stream, but for us he's
Discord has crashed.
No, what are we gonna do? It doesn't normally take him this long to come back.
Also doesn't normally, he normally fully crashes out
Yeah,
of the...
Fully crashes out, yeah.
Yeah.
He's probably screaming going, "But I can hear you guys!" Ugh,
He probably can't though because it's crashed.
maybe, I don't know. Has he literally dropped out of...
No, he's still in the chat. No,
Um,
Reconnecting now.
Well, please bear with us.
There we go.
Our DM is...
There we
Oh,
go.
I'm the Dungeon Master! Let's go!
Vienna is now me.
We've all leveled up again.
How
you're now
I'm
Talia.
Lord and Saviour,
Oh,
Tritherian.
Reese is still Blossom.
Here, would you like a flyer?
Would you like a flyer?
I will
There we
be
go.
right.
And he's
Aw.
back. There we go.
There we go.
So yeah,
Sorry
loads of
about
women really fancy you, Sandal, and you don't notice.
No.
Oh, that was funny.
I've noticed they're a specific type as well.
Yeah, big ladies. Like the size difference is just so funny. It's just comedy gold right there.
I mean, I know you make a lot of items, but I mean, I didn't realise you were in that kind of item making world.
I've
Joke
what?
about that. What's that thing we were joking about Talia and Gunther doing? Starting their own business.
Oh god.
Oh dear. Anywho.
But yeah.
Anyway,
least-
I do believe Talia asked how Val was.
Yeah.
Yes, I asked. Yes, Val.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Val.
Fine.
At this point, Rook, who had retreated to the bar, comes back and puts down a number of tankards just filled with a good ale,
Thank you, Rook.
and then sits down himself, picking up one of the tankards.
I've missed the ale in this place, and she's just gonna down the whole tankard and then put it on the counter. Like being home again.
Gunter comes over to you, Val, and just puts an arm around your shoulders, carefully avoiding your wings, and just... It looks like he's just come over to just sort of like do that, but then you just feel the gentle squeeze as he gives you a side hug, and just sort of goes, "I'm here if you need me, brother."
I appreciate it. And he hugs back. But
And then he pushes one of the tankards into your hand, and just sort of goes, "For now, just 1 moment." And he vanishes into a shadow, and then reappears up on your guys' raised area with the portraits. And you see he's got black curtains, which he carefully puts up over Rowan's portrait, not blocking it, but just framing it with black curtains for grieving, before shadow stepping back down to you guys and sitting down beside Talia and taking his own tankard and downing it in one go.
Well, this is shit. I mean, you know the situation.
Life gives you lemons, and it also gives you rotten lemons.
It kicked you into balls. Repeatedly.
I mean, I'd prefer it didn't. I like to keep those, in use, but yeah, on occasion. Some kicks are harder than others.
Yeah.
What is the toast they normally say in these kind of moments? Defend friends present, past, and future. You just...
Aye. And
my tankard's empty. Rook!
Rook has already refilled it. Rook's already refilled. You look and you realise there's like a number of big jugs of ale just lined up the middle of the table. Rook's come prepared.
Even
Rowan. And Tarlok.
And Tarlok.
as everyone clinks, even Vienna, she's the last one to pick up her tankard, but even she does. She clinks the tankard.
Okay. So, as you guys, I'm assuming, spend the rest of your time here in the Jigging Jester, those of you who knew Rowan, reminiscing, probably telling stories about her to the ones who have never known her fully.
The time she turned herself into a plant pot.
I think maybe even a sheep once. I think. Yeah.
And when she went blue, do you remember when she ran, she cast a spell and then suddenly turned blue?
Didn't she have feathers all over her face at one point as well?
Yep, and then she sneezed and they all exploded off.
That was the first thing that happened.
That was the first magic
the
table you did, I think,
Yeah.
was the feathers, yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't Rawen the one that caused the issue at that when we were at the pier? Didn't she?
She's trying to elbow Val and be like, "Shut up, Val."
Just saying. I think she was the one that
all
brought
that...
flame to the day.
Shut up, Val. You're going to get us in trouble.
This is Rowan in spirit looking over this, going, "Oh my
Yeah.
gosh."
And Val, after a couple of drinks, he goes into his bag and pulls out the Shatterspheres. Because he's kept the Shatterspheres in his bag, and he turns to Vienna and it's like, "These are for spellcasters. I can't use this, and I know Rowan would want it to help Armatae. So, can you make use of these? You can store spells in them, and
He'll pick one up, and would she know what they are?
Well, you have never seen a Shattersphere before.
No.
I've used them.
But from
Before.
what,
Yeah.
but the rest of you would know, you would remember the description Wilma gave, which is that you can put up to 5 levels worth of spell into the sphere, and then you throw it, and then when it shatters, it releases the spell upon the nearest target, or if it's an AoE, it just does it where it lands. But you can describe that easily enough.
yeah. Val currently acting like a third-party delivery service, returning an item back to its original player.
To be fair, like, Vienna looks at them and she's like, "Could be useful, but I'm not sure I'd fancy carrying all of them. I'm not the only spellcaster here," and she moves one over to Xandal.
Yeah, Xandal, you take it, and you've never seen one of these before either.
No, this is Zandal's kind of looking it over.
It's a very intriguing object. You can tell it's not something you could replicate with artifice. This is pure enchanting, and you can tell it's quite high level enchantment.
Those things are pretty cool, Xandal.
They are.
I mean, useful endure now. Remember? Wait, no. Were you in Durana?
No.
You weren't. Wait, you don't remember. And they came very useful in Durana. You stick spells in them and then it goes off all at once. It's great.
Okay.
Just don't do it indoors. The releasing of the spell, not the... You know.
Of course.
But yeah, you can see Xandal that it is like a beautifully blown glass sphere with just these filigrees of gold within it, and at the bottom there is this gold focusing sigil, and inside the glass there is multiple different enchanting runes for containment and focusing and that sort of thing, and you can see that it will hold to, like I say, 5 levels worth of arcane power. Yes. Stop laughing at the text chat.
Hey, GIF as well.
I feel like I need to look at the text chat now.
I'm so juvenile, I'm sorry.
See, now, people complain about their players and, you know, them being like main character syndrome or murder hobos. I have to deal with this. I have to deal with this. I have to deal with juvenile children.
I'm crying, it's so funny. Oh my god.
Eyebrows.
I think Milhouse from The Simpsons waggling his eyebrows and I just said, beautifully blown.
Anyway.
For the last time we killed him off, that was the same.
I tried to keep a straight face up.
You need to build up your resistance to gifts.
I do.
You should build up a resistance to my sense of humour.
Anyway.
Fiona will take one of those spheres. She'll obviously pass one to Xandal and look at him and go, "Do you think you'll make more use of them than myself? I'll take the other one."
I can can certainly have a look at it and figure out what can be done. Most definitely, but at least not for tonight. Let's enjoy.
Hold of both of them. And
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, you guys spend the rest of the night in remembering and celebrating the adventurer known as Rowan. Enjoying tales, jokes, and drink. Before eventually, in various stages of drunkenness and emotional release, you all make your way to your respective rooms to rest for the evening. The next morning comes, and a few of you are maybe a little hungover, but it's nothing terrible. It's not nothing like when you first came to the Jigging Jester and took part in drinking competitions or wild parties or anything like that. But the day dawns, and you are free to go about whatever business you so please.
Yeah, I think Xandel's probably just going to start getting things out of the way. So once he's sort of like had breakfast, he's spoken just idle chit chat with Elise for a little while.
Yeah.
And actually just ensuring that she is generally okay and she's happy and things like that. Though he has claimed to don't get back.
Yeah, she is. She is ecstatic with her time here. She tells you all about how her and Grifter have gone and out to Lucky Logan's ranch, and they play with the horses and help out for a couple of silver now and then, just mucking out the horses just to earn a bit of spending money. How they go around the markets and try different foods with said spending money. How Grifter shows her all the little shortcuts through the back alleys, things like that.
Cool. And he enjoys the sort of like time listening to her, and he sort of like still calls Grifter by Shifty when he responds. He will earn his name Grifter back one day. And when she goes off to do what she's doing for the day, whether it be training or causing mayhem.
Probably getting reviewed by Talia because she'll want to know how.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Talia comes and grabs her at some point and drags her out to the course.
Show me what you've learned.
Xandel's gonna head over to the arcane school and get ready to explain the marks on his hand to Ragnarvale.
Okay, we'll go to that
as
in a
well
bit.
as probably explain the fact that he's got pre-calamity tech sat in his pocket.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a bit then.
Yeah.
Anything anyone else wants to do? Obviously, Talia is going to be doing Helise training for a beginning. What is there anything anyone else wants to do specifically today, or at least this morning?
Val is gonna. Oh.
I was gonna say Vienna's just doing whatever, really.
Val's gonna do two things. He's gonna take another walk around looking for like a florist or somewhere that sells flowers.
Yeah.
If he fails, he's gonna go and check in with Ert just to make sure she's doing okay. You know, it's
Okay.
we've all just had a night where we've been talking about Rawin and everything where she's not really been involved in that. I just want to check that she's doing okay. So.
Okay. Blossom, anything for you?
No, nothing specific.
Okay. Fair enough. So, we'll start with Val then, because you're probably one of the easiest to go through. So, first off, are you heading down to the Sapphire Docks to check the Patchwork Bazaar, or are you just checking around the Gateway District again?
I'm going to go down to the Sapphire Docks.
Okay. So, as you head down there and head into the Patchwork Bazaar, it is still early in the morning, but even so, like the market, it's not as busy as you've seen it, but it is still moving. There are still people here and buying and selling, and you can see some of the stalls. Some stalls aren't open yet, and most of the stalls that are open are things like fishmongers, butchers, vegetables, that sort of thing. Mainly food stalls this early in the morning, and most of the clientele appears to be housewives out early to get the stuff for breakfast, lunch, etc. for the meals for the day. But there
Val,
are a couple of others.
I was going to say Val probably would have gotten up early as well and not had breakfast in the Chicken Jester. So he's probably going to dip into one of the stalls that's cooking food and pick up something to eat, but also just ask if they know of anywhere that sells exotic or different flowers, or is a florist, or where basically doing that base level investigation to try and see where he needs to go to.
Okay, as you dip into a stall, make me a dex save, Val.
Okay, dex. Save, did you say?
Dex save, yeah.
16 plus 3.
16, okay. As you're going into this stall, you nearly bump into someone who is coming out of it with a large sort of bundle under their arm. And the reason you nearly do is because they are only sort of 2 feet tall.
Right.
It is a gnomish individual. Sort of very wispy white hair, done in a ponytail down the back, dressed in a very nice suit, like a small monocle in one eye. And they sort of go, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Are you all right? I didn't mean to get in your way.
I'm fine. Are you okay?
Oh, yes, I'm fine. He sort of glances up at you and sees you and goes, Dragonborn. Oh, so terribly sorry. Val, make me a perception check.
Yeah. 10.
10. Glancing at the breast pocket of his suit, he is bearing the ambassadorial insignia of Reform.
Okay.
And he sort of inches around you and goes, so sorry, please, excuse me, sorry, yes, pardon me, so sorry.
It's fine. And Val kind of just goes, have a lovely day.
Make me a history check.
Yeah. History. 16.
Nice. As you're sort of like watching this figure go, and he sort of waves at you as he goes, just very tentatively and shyly, you sort of remember the voice as he was talking and suddenly realize you've heard that voice before. And you remember you didn't really ever interact with this person much. But again, the voice is familiar from your time in captivity. But specifically, you only ever heard it up close once.
Okay.
And that was when you were being smuggled out. You remember a small figure. You were so delirious with fever and illness that you couldn't see properly, but you do remember just a small figure, a small silhouette picking you up, and a voice going, I need to get you out of here. I can't have another one on my conscience.
Do I remember his name or pick up his name or what he might have been called?
You didn't really interact with this figure. The only thing you remember is that they were referred to by the guards as Overseer.
Okay.
But by the time you remember that, they are lost in the crowd.
That's fine. I'm still going to go in and get breakfast.
Yep, you go in and it's just a nice sort of like, you can see it's like grilled pork in kebabs with like just like a very nice sort of almost like caramelized sugar solution being like brushed on it to just give it that like little bit of sweet crispiness. And he goes, hello. It's a human behind the thing, quite a big burly looking man, and he goes, what can I get you? Well, obviously, I only really sell the one thing. How many can I get you?
We'll go for 2. I think it was a little bit of a heavy night last night.
Oh, always the best those, and he gets 2 of them and like puts them on, gets the sticks and puts them in a bag and goes, "That'll be 4 copper, please."
It's fine, and hand over 4 copper pieces.
Thank you very much.
Val kind of stands there for a second. It's just like, it's a bit of a random request, but I don't suppose you know anywhere nearby that sells flowers or does flower arrangements or has rare flowers.
Oh yeah, if you go 2 aisles across, about 4 stalls more towards Halcyon Heights. My wife actually runs a flower stall down that way.
Oh, fortuitous.
She doesn't open it for another 30 minutes or so yet. She gets to lay in. I'm the one who has to get up early in the morning.
That's fine. Is there seating in this area? Or is it
no,
just like a little stall?
No, it's just like a little stall with a grill. It's very much a come and get it and go sort of place.
That's cool. Well, Val will just go, thank you very much for letting me know. I would have spent ages just wandering.
Don't worry. Not the first time people have gotten lost in the bazaar.
You buy later on. You buy yourself and your wife a nice drink, and he's going to hand a gold piece over.
Oh, what? I mean, thank you, my lord. You can tell.
Don't call me my lord. Don't call me my lord.
This is like, but you sort of think and you sort of realize he's charging 4 copper. This is probably the more money than he makes in a day.
Yeah.
That you've just handed him.
Val has no. I've said this before. Val has no concept of money. If he feels like he has gotten something valuable, he is going to hand something valuable back. That's just the way he works.
Okay.
And you know, if it gets somebody some nice drinks and he gets in good favour with his wife, happy days.
You see him quickly squirrel that gold coin away and nods to you and goes, "Well, have a good day, sir."
I will do. I'll go outside and start munching, basically.
Yep, the pork is soft and succulent. The sort of honey glaze on it, just giving it a lovely sweetness, and just slightly crunchy on the outside from caramelization. It's a very good pick-me-up snack after sort of not heavy night of drinking, but you know what I mean. But you make your way across, and after about 30 minutes of just dawdling around, you do see a rather plump human woman. Looks to be in her sort of mid-40s, same as the gent from the stall, setting up a display of flowers outside a stall, with some in pots, some just in a bouquet, and just generally getting set up for the day.
I'm gonna head over slowly. I understand she's setting up her shop, and I'm going to keep a little bit of a distance so that she doesn't think that I'm trying to speed her up or like force her to open early or anything like that. I'm going to wait until she's fully set up, and then go over and just start looking to see if I spot a very similar flower. Like, Val doesn't know flowers, so he's literally just going based off his own memory to try and find a similar flower.
You don't see an identical flower, but you do find a beautiful blue rose bush. It's the only blue flower she's currently got in. You don't see any other blue flowers, but it is a lovely blue rose bush with a number of buds just starting to open, taking in the morning sunlight.
How much for this one? And he just points.
Oh, that'll be just a silver, dear.
I was just speaking to your husband, and he goes into his
Oh, and what was that reprobate telling you?
He was pointing me in the direction of your shop and says that, you know, you do a wonderful job working at this shop and to find the best flowers here.
Roll a persuasion check.
Not deception.
Persuasion.
No, because in a way he's semi telling the truth. He's just embellishing it. He's not lying through his teeth here.
In the good books.
I don't know why that rolled twice, but 22.
It only rolled once.
It only rolled once. 22.
Yeah. So. She sort of goes, "Oh, well, maybe he can say nice things. I'll I'll mark it in my diary. She takes the silver from you and picks up the rose pot and hands it to you and goes, "Will there be anything else, dear?"
I'm a typical guy. I don't know if there's any special way that I'm meant to look after this, but it just reminds me of somebody. Can you give me some advice on how to best take care of it? And
Oh, of course, dear. Just water it once every couple of days. Make sure the soil doesn't get too dry. Obviously, when it starts to grow a bit too much, just gently prune it. When the flowers die, cut them off, and the new buds will grow in the next year. So don't worry about that. Okay?
thank you. And gives a little bit of a nod, appreciative of the advice. And yeah, heads back to the jester. That's going to be his next stop on the way back.
All right. Meanwhile, Talia, you are stood outside with Halise, and you watch as you and Halise come outside. Grifter emerges from one of the stables, obviously having been waiting and obviously having gotten used to waiting for Halise to come out. He sees you instead of Gunter and just gives a sort of shy wave and goes, "Hello, Miss Talia."
You can join too if you want.
That's what I was hoping. Mr. Gunter's been letting me join.
I won't go easy on you.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
Good. Starting positions.
They both run to the beginning of the course. You can tell they've been doing this quite often recently and are very much used to it.
Okay, I'm going to tell them to start, but I'm going to watch them as they get halfway through the course. I'm casting darkness in the middle of the course.
Okay. Right, so with disadvantage. Okay. So Grifter manages, they're both doing pretty well until they hit the darkness. And you hear Halise go, "What the?" But Grifter doesn't say anything. And Halise eventually stumbles out the side of the darkness, smacking into a wall. Grifter eventually crawls out the darkness the correct way towards you, but is now starting to make a bit more noise and isn't being as stealthy anymore.
You've been slacking, Halise.
I haven't been having darkness cast on me.
Sometimes you can't see where you're going and you still have to be stealthy. Come on, back to the start.
Okay,
Sure.
They both run back to the start again. So,
Probably get one more run through without the darkness dropping.
Yep, so they both go again with disadvantage.
Go through, not around.
Okay, this time they both manage to make their way through. But again, Halise is just making a little bit of noise. Grifter's doing a bit better this time. But they're both still making noise. Like, without being able to see where the obstacles are, they're having a lot more difficulty, like, avoiding things like the loose glass and the strings that have bells on. It's still, you're sort of thinking in your mind, this is still good for kids. This is still really good. But it's just not up to your level yet.
This is not good enough, Halise. You know there are hazards there. Why do you rush through the darkness? Why aren't you taking your time? Why aren't you relying on your other senses? You don't need your eyes. You can still hear. You can still feel.
Sorry.
Don't apologize. Give me results. Again. I can only keep this spell up for so long.
Probably at this point that you notice that peering out of a window is Vienna, just like with a drink of some sort, just watching the chaos.
She just wants to watch the world burn.
Yeah.
So for simplicity's sake, I've just rolled again there. They've both failed miserably. So the morning goes on with you drilling these two through this obstacle course over and over. And though at points they improve, but at other points they're just failing miserably. But overall, you don't think they've, like, Halise hasn't gotten worse. She has gotten a bit better, but not as much as you would like. Whether that's because of the darkness, you're not sure. Grifter does surprise you. For someone who's had no formal training, he is keeping up with Halise fairly well.
I was going to say for the last one, before they call it for a day, before the darkness drops, she's going to stealth and go into the darkness and then hide, and they have to try and find her.
Okay. So you stealth into the darkness. Go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
+10, because of my armor, thankfully. That helps a little bit.
Doesn't your cowl do something as well in darkness now?
Oh, I have advantage, don't I? I forgot about that.
Double check.
In darkness, yeah. So 31. Yeah. Because she gets
31.
advantage for stealth checks in darkness.
Okay. I mean, they'll give it a go with a disadvantage. Yeah, not a chance. You can hear them
She'll just
fumbling
sneak
around
up on
you.
them and like kind of bump them together and give them nuggies. You got a lot to learn, kids.
And then the darkness drops, and they just sort of sit there, both rubbing their heads and looking at you, but they don't seem overly upset.
All right, come on, let's get a drink and get you cleaned up. That's enough for today.
Okay. Talia,
Hmm?
make a perception check.
23.
23. As you sort of are walking back towards the jigging jester, after you had dropped the darkness, and after you had been like nuggying Grifter and Helise, just catch the faintest movement out the corner of your eye.
I'll just kind of pause and look over there and be like, won't say anything, and then
Yeah, there's nothing there now. It was at the entrance to the jigging jester's sort of back stable area, but you can tell there was either someone watching or something went by at just that point. You're not sure which.
that's why she's not saying anything, because she doesn't know
Yeah.
what it was. She saw movement, but no real reason to be suspicious just yet.
No. Okay. So you guys head back in, and Helise and Grifter have a hearty breakfast and juice provided to them by Rook, whilst you have your normal breakfast ale. Gunter still in bed upstairs, back to having his usual morning lie-in. Now he doesn't have to get up and train the Sprogs.
She'll probably go upstairs and finish her ale at the bottom of the bed.
Okay.
Wake him up in a minute.
The two kids eventually run off to enjoy the rest of their day. Sandal,
Hello.
you head over to the Arcane Academy and knock on the door as the face forms, and you hear it go, "If it's these bloody brats, oh, your sister."
I've already told her.
Please tell her that making knock jokes is very annoying.
I think even Zandal couldn't help but grin at that. He's sort of like, I mean, I'm sure of all people you'd appreciate the most.
I mean, this isn't Rachna, this is just
Yeah, no, he's
the
talking to the
random
door.
the random flunky who's currently like looking through the door. Just like, it's very hard for Wood to have an expression, but it's very flat and unamused. As the door swings open and an acolyte is stood there and goes, "Rachna Vale is ready for you. Please follow."
Thank you.
And you are guided through the strange physics and dimension-defying corridors of the academy until you eventually arrive at the familiar mahogany doors to Rachna Vale's office. I'm assuming
Zandal just kind of wanders in, as he always does. He doesn't really just wait for Rachna Vale anymore.
So you knock and enter and see within Rachna sat behind his desk, already hard at work on different paperwork, and he looks up and goes, quicker than I expected, but come in, take a seat.
Thank you.
Now, markings. To begin with,
Yes.
show me.
We'll start with this one. This one apparently is something to do maybe with my heritage, but... And he pulls off the glove, revealing the dragon mark.
You watch as Rachna sort of traces it with a finger and sort of hums and goes,
I ship it.
Has some form of intrinsic link to magic of some kind. Draconic in origin, I believe. Definitely bloodline based. Not something I've seen before, but it appears to be benign and not harming you. In fact, it's actually giving you access to some form of spell work without needing to learn it, and possibly some form of sorceress lineage, but minor.
I must
Nothing to worry about.
admit, I've been able to cast 2 things since these marks appeared. I've been able to cover my hammer in a thunderous energy, almost at will.
Indeed.
Though I've also, it seems, more when my back is up against the wall, I managed to cast this bolt that just seemed so chaotic. It took me everything I had to try and almost aim it.
Well, it would appear that, like I say, this mark is some form of sorceress lineage and comes with, as you have seen, some spellcasting benefits. I believe that with adequate training, you would be able to access these a bit more willingly and without the emotional imperatives.
Of course.
Now, the
Then
other one?
there's this one. And he pulls off the other glove.
Rachna takes your other hand and looks at it, mumbles, casts a few minor spells, and sort of goes, interesting. It also appears to be fairly benign from what I can tell. Not getting any active enchantment from it. In the back of your head, Xandal, you hear, oh, he's good. Not as good as me, but good. He knows there's something there, but the mark itself, unless I'm actively using it, is just a mark, a tattoo. There's a small bit of magic that allows the sentience and this telepathic link, but it's muddled enough that he won't be able to detect it. I'm assuming I can trust on your discretion not to reveal our potential partnership before we have reached an agreement.
Xandal kind of like pauses because now he's stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Do you trust the guy who just started talking to you or your friend?
I mean, you've got to bear in mind, from Xandal's point of view,
Yeah.
this guy has openly admitted to what his father did.
Yeah.
Has already saved Xandal from a vampire's charm.
I mean, Val.
And no, the Val made an offer, and the tattoo is what cleansed the charm.
Yeah, but
Xandal
like,
doesn't
if
know
Val
that
hadn't
offer.
said that, that wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, but that's not. Xandal doesn't know that.
Mm.
Xandal
No.
just knows that the tattoo cleansed the charm, and
That's
also this being has offered a very beneficial agreement with seemingly very little benefit to itself.
The thing I'm more concerned about is the fact that this thing has a contract with my dad, and the better graces I am in with this, the less info goes to my dad.
Yep.
Then there's Rachna Vale, who has just sort of like essentially
Who's a
been,
better dad?
yeah, the rock in his life
Yeah,
for like the past
proverbial
like
hard place.
5 years. Yeah.
You hear Haslick in the back of your mind go, very well, let me make a little sweetener for this. Xandal, you feel something slip into your mind. And the arcane engine that you had in mind to place in Hagar, suddenly the exact calculations and blueprint for a more streamlined, more efficient version is now just in your head.
Xandal almost flinches because he sees that almost as cheating. But
Well, no,
in his own mind, he's sort of like, I will keep quiet, at least for now.
Oh, I understand if you don't want to use the exact design. I understand creativity and innovation, but please take the calculations and the specifics and merge them with your own. Please come up with something better. I look forward to seeing the fruits of your labor. There is no harm in taking something someone else has made and improving upon it. It merely proves that you are the better craftsman.
Yeah, he's sort of like in his own head. He's sort of like, for now, we'll see where this goes.
That's all I ask. And you come back to yourself just as Rachnaveil sort of lets your hand go and goes, From what I can tell, it is just some kind of mark. Doesn't seem to be dangerous. It may have some form of innate magic that'll go off at some point. Maybe just keep an eye on it. Tell me of any symptoms, and I'll do some research for now.
Of course.
Now, pre-calamity technology in your back pocket?
He kind of like delves into sort of like his pocket, as well as his bag, and kind of like presents the gem, as well as sort of like the half-built second round projector.
Yeah. Ragnar takes the gem, and just you see him cast what you would know is identify, and he just looks at the gem, looks at you, looks at the gem, and just he hands the gem back to you, moves round back to his desk chair, and just sits down and goes, "Why do you insist on giving me headaches?"
The ship's hers. Is there any way we can get it back?
Not without letting Brazak know that you lied. You said you took nothing from the ship.
I didn't. I took someone. Technically.
I don't believe he and the Council of Ingbrook will see that in quite the same light as you have framed it.
Politics.
Something that I, unfortunately, have to deal with, whereas you just ignore. Like those machines.
I don't have to do with it now. I'm no longer a lord.
You are no longer a lord for the moment.
How do you mean?
Your father may have disowned you, but if he and both he and your brother die, you are still a Gold Hill
Russia
in
is an
name.
idiot.
There are precedents for reinstating a disowned son. So be careful. Don't get yourself deep in debt with someone who then decides it'll be useful to have a lord in their back pocket, and decides that the quickest way to do that is to bump off a couple of people to put someone who owes them a debt into that position.
And other than yourself, who would I owe a debt to? You know what I'm like around people.
Indeed, I'm just making you aware of possible consequences for any deals you need to make. For example, I know it's going to cost you a hefty sum to rebuild these automata.
Yes, I've thought of things to do there.
Just be careful. Don't want to see you having to take a role that you do not particularly wish to take.
I may take some side work back at the armory again.
That would be a start, I suppose. I can't really offer you anything here, otherwise the in-house artificers will probably
lose their mind again.
They'll probably start trying to sabotage your work instead, but
Yes.
no point in that. Oh, by the way, Nut asked me to pass on a message for him.
Oh, okay.
When you are ready to rebuild your automata, please let him know, and he will be happy to lend a hand.
Of course, I will need him again.
He did say something along those lines, but he speaks quite quickly occasionally. It's hard to grasp everything.
Yes.
But yes. Have you got
But
any ideas of how you are going to improve upon your automata? I know you will not follow the same mistakes twice.
I'm hoping this engine, as you call it, will provide whatever I create next. Because I mean, he provides the absolutely knackered crystal onto the desk. He says it's not going to be the same as Hager.
Indeed, that is rather damaged.
Yes. So personality is going to shift slightly, but I'm hoping to at least provide a bit more self automation with Emily. It's a case of, well, as with both of them, finding more durable metals and potentially just increasing their overall strength. I mean, she needs to remain lightweight and able to traverse water easily. I mean, she's a sea vessel, essentially.
Durable metals.
More durable than one that's readily available.
I would say possibly look into delving into the more esoteric realms of alchemy. The Alchemist Guild here would not be of massive help to you, but they may be able to provide something to at least coat steel with to increase its resilience. The alchemists in Ingbrook would be more likely to be able to transmute to you some more magical metals. Otherwise, my only other suggestion would be to attempt trading with the dwarves, seeing if you can get your hands on mithril or orichalcum in sufficient quantities, but that is of itself difficult and expensive.
Yes, I need to make a lot more calculations, adjustments. It's going to take a while.
Indeed, but such are the way of things, that all the good things are best done over long periods of time. They do not happen overnight.
Mm-hmm.
But for now, I am pleased that you are at least well and not in any immediate danger from any of this. Just please don't go flaunting that crystal around, especially should you decide to visit Ingbrook. It is best that you keep that to yourself. They are already upset that they could not find it on the ship. They don't need to know that it is now walking around.
Well, they took our vessel. We found it. We claim salvage's rights. They still took it anyway.
No, you found it under the control of an enemy who all three of us went to war with, and they claimed that part as their spoils of war. You're just lucky that they haven't found a way to raise it and remove it to Ingbrook yet. It's still where it was.
Mm-hmm. I'm working on that.
Oh, by the way, I messaged Finri last night.
Yes.
She's making her way back to the city. She should be back in 2 days.
Wonderful. I look forward to seeing her.
She had some colourful phrases for what she was looking forward to doing when she sees you.
That is very unbecoming of her.
I can understand her position, but I would have perhaps phrased it differently. Anyway, I won't keep you from your workshop any longer. I'll allow you to return to it, and your screwdriver floats back from behind his desk to your hand.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think as like the conversation's been happening, Xandal's just been casually like working with a new spell that he kind of like casually cast on Ragnarvale's quill.
Yeah. What spell?
What are you doing? Oh, you cheeky fuck.
Ragnar just looks down as his quill grows arms and legs and starts cavorting across his desk, and just glances at you as you duck out of the room. And he just shakes his head as you watch him like just wave a hand and dispel the magic.
He sort of like waves as he goes and just makes his way
Okay.
back out. Just sort of like takes a moment to catch his breath. I think from there he's probably going to wander over to Smythe.
Okay. All right. So.
Nice.
So Val, you get back to the Jigging Jester, and I'm assuming you're dropping off the plant.
Yeah, so I'm trying to remember the exact room layout for upstairs. Wasn't there like a meditation, like chill out area, or was that just a meeting room that we decided on?
So upstairs,
I think
upstairs there is a meeting room. There is the workshop and training room, and there is the onsen on one floor, and then the other floor is your guys' actual living quarters.
Okay. For now, he's gonna go upstairs to Rowan's bedroom, and basically put the rose flower in there, for when they eventually have like a proper funeral thing,
Okay.
and just keep that safe, and also like just check his room, make sure nothing's happened to his room whilst he's been gone. And
as you go to your room, as you came out of your room this morning, you would have found the tankard, and last night as well when you went to it. Would you have drunk the tankard, or would you have just?
At that time, I probably would have just put it inside the room. It's probably still there.
Yeah. Okay. So, yep, nothing in your room has moved or changed. Everything looks the same.
And then head off to go and just check in on it.
Okay, so you head out of the Jigging Jester, move down and around the square, past Z's sweet shop, past Candied Cantrips, and around to Wilma's Wondrous Wares. And you see that the store is open, but there's not a huge amount of people inside. It's quite quiet.
Okay. Gonna go in.
Okay. As you step inside, you see Wilma stood behind the counter, although she has slight bags under her eyes and looks a little disheveled, and she's sipping from a big cup of coffee. And she looks up and goes, "Oh, hello. Come on in, come in. I'm assuming you're probably looking for Ert."
If she's here, just want to check she's okay.
She's sleeping at the moment. She spent most of yesterday. She told me everything, and she's spent quite some time crying. She's
figured that might be the case.
We had a good talk, and I think I managed to help her through most of it, but it's going to take a little time. But
I can imagine it's hitting us, a few of us, harder than we probably would like to admit.
It hit me pretty hard too. I liked Rowan. She was a nice person. She always had a nice thing to say about my shop when she came in. One of my first customers from amongst you lot, if I remember properly.
I think so. We're probably going to have some kind of, not funeral, because that's probably not the right word, but we'll probably have some kind of get together to send her off, say our goodbyes and stuff. It might be in the next day or two. So I will let you know. I mean, if Ert's still sleeping or if Ert's away or whatever, I will let you know so you can pass the message on.
Alright. I'm sure Earth will be back later once she's woken up. I'm not going to let her wallow here when she should be with you lot as well. Oh, before I forget, please inform Talia. Well, I'm assuming inform all of you. You were talking about ways to communicate. I've done a bit of research and a bit of tinkering, and I've come up with a couple of new items if you're interested.
Yeah, I mean, and Val's kind of like trying to still understand his own thoughts and what's going on, but also understanding this is valuable knowledge for the group. He's just like, yeah, if you tell me what the items are, I can let the group know. They might be back. It's probably not going to be today.
That's not a problem. You can come by any time. I made these specifically for because of requests you made. So though they are available for general sale, I've made sure there's enough set aside for you if you want them.
Appreciate it.
She goes out the back. She comes back with you can see there is a box with what would be 7 rings inside it. Each identical. There is small silver rings with, you can see multiple runes carved into the silver and a single amethyst gem set into it, which seems to shimmer with an inner light. And she goes, these are rings of limited telepathy. So you put one of these rings on and you can attune it to up to 9 other rings of the same type. And you can then at any time select one of those rings and telepathically communicate with the bearer as long as they're within a certain range.
Okay. What's the range?
About 80 feet from my tests.
Feet. And how much for the set of rings?
For the full set for all of you, because it'll help you so much, I'll say 2,500 gold just to cover costs.
That's a fair price.
The other thing, and here she pulls out this one. I sort of had to steal a couple of ideas from a few other various schools of magic, and she brings out a pair of stones. These black polished stones, and you can see each of them they're about a foot by a foot each of these, and they have like what looks like a red circle in the middle inscribed with runes. And she goes, I call these scribing stones. Once per day you can put parchment on one of them, and they're linked, they're matched, so the parchment, whatever's on the parchment, is copied by the stone, and as long as there is parchment on the other stone within an hour of that happening, then it gets transcribed onto that parchment. But it can only be done once a day.
Interesting. And it's only one sheet, or is it?
It can be a couple of sheets.
Okay.
I think the upper limit I found is about 5 before it's too much for the enchantment to handle.
And how much do those cost?
These weren't particularly hard to make, but I've only really got a few, so we'll probably call it 500 gold for the set.
Okay. Did you say there was an item specifically for Talia, or?
Oh, Talia asked for the communication, a way to be able to communicate when you guys are away, or to be able to communicate with each other easier. That's where these items came from. The only other thing I've made recently is she reaches under the counter and pulls out what looks like a wand. And it's a strange looking wand. It appears to be made out of links of chain melted together in a spiral with a single diamond fused into the end. And she goes, this is a wand of binding. Allows you to cast spells to hold people and monsters without having to use the spell slots yourself.
Okay, that's interesting. Is there like a max size monster? Have you tried it on?
It's basically this casts either. So this wand has. Let me just double check. 7 charges,
Mhm.
and it regains charges each dawn. You can expend 5 charges to cast Hold Monster, or you can expend 2 charges to cast Hold Person.
Okay.
The wand also has assisted escape. While holding the wand, you can use a reaction to expend 1 charge and gain advantage on a saving throw you make to avoid being paralyzed or restrained. Or you can expend a charge and gain advantage on any check to escape a grapple.
And how much is that one?
This one probably run about 1,500.
Just having a nosy. 1,500, cool. And Val turns around and goes, "Thank you for making these items for us. We really appreciate it, and you do come up with the."
Thank you for continuing to come to my shop and continuing to be sponsored by Wilma's Wondrous Wares.
I will let you know the details of what happens in the next couple of days, and
thank you. Like I say, I'll send Ert back when she wakes up, and I've managed to get some food and drink in her and made her a bit more presentable.
She doesn't have to come back. Just I'm glad to know she's okay.
I'm gonna try and encourage her to, though. She needs to spend time with you as well as me.
And Val smiles and just goes, "Thank you," and turns around and heads out.
See you later. Okay. So you return to the Jester, probably just about the same time as Xandal is slouching across from the Arcane Academy after his meeting with Rachna. So you probably run into each other outside as you're about to re-enter.
After you.
Thank you. I'm just heading up that way. I'll be back shortly. I just need to take care of a few errands.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going back into the Jester. Never mind.
No worries. How's your day going so far?
As expected.
Yes.
Things get better little by little, don't they? Apparently.
Of course. Time is probably the greatest healer of all, or so I've been told. So.
I'll see you when you get back.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
also, just have a peruse of this while you're, if you're not doing anything in a moment. And he hands over a blueprint to an item and just hands it to Val and then just wanders off over towards Smythe.
Val's gonna understand a blueprint.
Val has this blueprint in
being
his
an
hand
archer.
and he's like, doesn't feel like a mimic. Doesn't feel like it's gonna like randomly attack me. I've had enough of this over the last few days. He's like really reticent to open up the paper, just like in case it like blows up in his face or
Sticks to him.
yeah.
Emerges with his arm.
Yeah, by the way, everywhere you've been going, Val, the shield has been on your arm the whole time.
I figured it was. Probably go in, sit down, and unroll the sheet of paper.
As you unroll the sheet of paper, you see an intricate blueprint for a gauntlet with a gem in the center of the palm, kind of similar to Vienna's Eldritch Gauntlet. Almost like it's like a gauntlet with like a focusing stone, but then you see that from this gauntlet there is wires that run up like the wearer's arm, and in the center of the chest, roughly where you would know, like when you use your lightning breath, there's like a reservoir somewhere in your chest. You see another gem there linked to these wires, and you see at the top lightning gauntlet written there, and you can see like just the general calculations and writing is for being able to expend basically a lightning breath to funnel it into this gauntlet, into storage batteries in this gauntlet, and then release these charges from the gauntlet as either a couple of different releases. There is like almost like an AoE explosion of lightning, there is like the typical like cone, or there is a very concentrated like beam, and each of them takes more or less lightning breath charges from the battery. But you can also see that this is, though it looks interesting, it is going to require surgery. Like, this gem doesn't just sit over it.
Oh no, we'd worked out that it no longer attaches to the person, didn't we?
Oh yeah, we did.
It's literally just we'd worked out that although the gems are going to be more expensive, we can do it without permanently attaching it.
You can see there is two different options. There's one where it is like very much it would have to be embedded in your chest and drawing directly from the source, or there is this other one where it just sort of sits on your chest, and you can see like the drawing is written where it's like you aim your head down, lightning breath into the gem, and then it collects to the hand.
Cool. Val will sit there, and he's going to spend a long time looking over this because he's not an intelligent person. And all of the writings around the outside, he's going to try and understand it, but
it's all in halfling.
It's all in a language he doesn't understand, and they're numbers he can't count up to on his fingers. Like, but he understands the basic concept, and he appreciates that Xandal has been working on it, and kind of gives him a little bit more faith back in Xandal, because he's been quite distrusting since the whole portal dagger thing.
Yeah.
Since the whole, what do you think you're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Is there anything Vienna or Blossom wants to do before I move back to one of the others?
Vienna's player is currently dying because I've got hiccups.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
So much.
Quick, someone scare her. Vienna, you're dead.
Power word kill.
I wish.
Are you below 100?
Do you have below 100 hit points?
No, I can't think of anything Vienna would want to do, to be honest.
Okay, not wanting to go browse any other shops or anything?
No.
No, that's fine. Just checking. Don't want to leave anyone out. What about Blossom?
No, not at the minute.
Okay. So now we're going to move back to Talia. Talia, you sit and drink your breakfast ale, and after about 15 minutes, Gunter sort of stretches and wakes up.
I'll be absent-mindedly playing with the new ornament, still getting used to it being on a horn.
Looks blearily across at you and goes, "Morning."
Morning, darling.
Did you train some munchkins?
Yes.
Thank goodness I don't have to do that anymore.
Not really where I wanted them to be.
I tried. I'm not a rogue, so I am a monk. Remember?
But you're so stealthy.
Yeah, but
you train them how to deal with darkness.
There's different kinds of stealth, and for me, darkness is, oh, okay, I'm into darkness. I'm going to teleport now.
She ran into a wall. It was pretty funny.
I bet it was. Oh, what have you got planned for today, anyway?
Really got anything planned, to be honest.
If you give me sort of 20 minutes to get up and, become, more of a tiefling, then we could maybe go for a date if you want.
Sure, I'd love it.
Yeah, good. And he falls into his shadow on the bed, and you hear a splash.
Wait, do I need to dress up?
You just hear a splash from the onsen, and ah! About 20.
Do I need to dress up?
About 20 minutes later, he comes back from the onsen and dries off, and he just puts on his regular clothes. You can see he sort of goes, 9. It's a casual date, not a nice formal one, just a nice little bit of just us time. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And he takes your hand and goes, right, let's go. And he runs with you. You'll see. It's a surprise.
Aww.
And he takes you out and past Val, who is currently staring at a piece of paper, scratching his head, and looking very confused. And Gunter just sort of looks at him and goes, I'm not getting involved in that, are you?
Nope.
Let's go! And runs out the door. Gunter then guides you through the Gateway District, down one of the main thoroughfares towards the Sapphire Docks, but before you reach the gate, he turns off into the side roads. And you realise you've never been through these sort of areas of the Gateway District before. And he sort of weaves through the crowds, guiding you through until eventually you come to the outside of a building. The outside is painted in reds and yellows and oranges to make it look like almost like flames, but like swirling and dancing. And there is a sign above the door that reads, "The Plate of Fire."
What the hell is the
And
Plate of Fire?
And Gunter goes, "Well, you like spicy food, so I found a place that did spicy food, yeah?"
He's taking me to a curry plate.
And he grabs your hand and walks in and goes, "Hello!"
I mean, I like spicy, but I don't eat. This is awkward.
And you see coming out, as you walk in, you see coming out from behind a sort of a bar, this portly looking red-skinned humanoid with a bald head but a flaming beard, like literally a beard made out of fire. And he goes, "Ah, welcome back, Gunther, welcome. And this must be the little firecracker you were telling me about, yeah?"
Firecracker.
Gunther goes, "I didn't, that's not my words, not my words."
What
And
else did he say?
let's just say he says, he's smitten with you. Come.
And she'll like lean into him.
Gunther just blushes, bright purple. And he goes, come, please, we'll give you a booth so you can have some privacy." And he guides you over to a booth and sits you down, puts down menus in front of you and goes, "Can I get you any drinks?"
You have anything spicy?
Spicy? Of course. And he goes away and comes back with a red bottle which is shaking slightly and a couple of shot glasses. And he puts it down in front of you and goes, "This is probably the spiciest I do here." And he pours out 2 shots of red bubbling liquid that is letting off steam. And
Not going to burn me, right?
Gunter looks at it and goes, No, I'm not doing this again. 999.
What? What?
You know I don't have the same fire tolerance as you." And you watch as the guy goes, he picks up one, goes, "Zabosh," knocks it back, and then he burps and just a burst of flame comes out of his mouth.
That might be useful.
And he goes, "This is from the elemental plane of fire. It is fire water." Quite literally.
Fire water. Alright,
Yes.
I'll try anything once. So she'll down a shot.
Down a
and
shot
probably
and you just
burp a little bit because she's got half resistance to fire anyway.
Yep, exactly. So that's why Gunter's brought you here. You down the shot and you feel it just burn all the way down. And normally for you, like obviously you don't eat and you don't drink much, mainly because though you can still do so, taste is very muted. This hits your taste buds like a truck. This is spicy. This, like, you can tell that whatever chilies made this are on a different level. And as you burp, there is just a gout of like light blue flame.
Well, that's certainly. I can taste it. I've not been able to taste anything in a long time.
Gunter goes, "Why did you think I found this place?" "I was looking for the right place to take you." The man goes, "Good, I'll leave the fire water there." But he also then puts down a tankard of regular water and a pitcher and goes, for the weakling here," and points at Gunther, and Gunther just goes,
Oh, he's not a weakling.
"It's not my fault I have cold resistance instead of fire resistance." And the man just laughs and walks off. And there he's left you with menus. And you can see on the menu there is like things are leveled by, not by like, you know, in like normal curry restaurants.
How many chilies decides how spicy
it's not chilies. There is human, tiefling, dragon. and at the different levels of sort of spiciness. And then there is one above dragon, which is a fire elemental. Like little drawings of them next to each dish.
That's worrying.
And you can see there is varying things here. There's what looks like curries. There is just like meats that have just been marinated in spice and then are served like a kebab. There's even like a salad, which is like, you can see it's got fire elemental next to it, and you read the description, and the chilies that are used to make the fire water are served in this salad. Like, most of this salad is like spiced stuff from the plane of fire that has been chopped up.
Spicy salad. What?
You can tell that this place's whole gimmick is that it serves spicy food. But after a while, a young woman comes over to you. Looks like she's maybe 17 or 18. Same red skin, dressed in like long flowing red, orange, and yellow silks. And her hair is done in a ponytail down her back, but it is also, at the end of it, is just a small flame flickering at it.
What did you say the place was called?
The Plate of Fire. And this young girl smiles at you both and goes, "Hello, are you ready to place your orders?"
She's like, I don't know, what do you recommend?
Well, how tolerant are you? What would you say is your spice level?
I don't know. I like it spicy, but I don't have much of an appetite.
How about I
don't-
get you a flame taste platter? It's got a bit of everything on the menu on it.
Sure.
Okay. She quickly scribbles that down and then looks to Gunter and goes, "The usual." And you see Gunter just look down and goes, "Yeah, the human curry, please." And she just sort of, you see the young woman just smirks and goes, "Last time he came here, he tried to go up to Tiefling. He ended up out the back underneath the water pump."
Oh, he likes a different kind of spice, don't you, darling?
Yeah. And you see the young girl, as you guys are flirting, the young girl blushes a bit and just scuttles away. About 30 minutes later of you and Gunter just making small talk and just generally Gunter just trying to keep your mind off of things, really. She comes back with what you can see is the curry she puts in front of Gunter. You can smell the spice. It is still spicy, but it's like, it's not blow your head off spicy. Think probably along the lines of like a Rogan Josh or a Jalfrezi. What she puts in front of you, is just this platter with little bowls with a bit of everything. Some of them are of that same level as what Gunter's got, and then a couple of bowls have got what look almost like embers burning in the food. One bowl has got literal flames coming out of it, and a final bowl is this salad with these chilies on. And there is just a gentle heat haze flowing off of this salad.
Whatever salad is supposed to be smoky.
Well, things are different in different places. Gunter at this point starts digging into his curry and goes, and quickly drinks some water and goes,
I'm just gonna be like, oh, come on, it can't be that spicy. And she'll like steal a bit of his food. And then just be like,
yeah, for you, you can still taste it, but it is nowhere near the fire water. It's good and it's tasty, but it's still not great. Do you try some of yours?
yeah, go on then. I'll probably go with whatever was spiciest first, just to see how bad it is.
So you take a bite of this salad. I'm gonna need you to roll.
Spicy thing.
I'm gonna need you to roll a con save with advantage. Just because you have fire resistance.
Oh, hang on. I'm glad that didn't go through because I pressed the wrong button. 1 and a 2.
Better. As you take a bite of this salad, you just feel you taste buds that you didn't even know existed just blast to life with heat, and you get this initial rush of heat, and then your mouth goes numb, which is a very odd sensation for you because it is not something you've had in ages. And as you swallow after chewing, you can feel your whole throat going, just this same sensation of that flash of searing heat and then numbness. And the numbness eventually passes and then the heat returns. And it is like, think like every time you sort of move your tongue, it's almost like you are moving the embers of a fire and just making it reignite. Whatever's in this salad or coating this salad is just constantly keeping your mouth spiced and hot.
Maybe
And
I
then
should
I can
work
imagine
my
it
way
being
up.
like the first time in Talia's life where she's actually sweated.
yeah, you are like, it's not, you're not like reaching for the water, but you are developing a very gentle sweat. This is spicy.
Oh, this is spicy. Gunther's
Gunther-
probably looking at her like, the fuck
Yeah,
is wrong
Gun-
with you?
Gunter looks at the salad, looks at you, and just like, no, I'm not kissing you for
Here,
at
try
least
a
an
bit.
hour.
She'll look really sad and be like, push the salad
Do-
bowl away from
Do you
herself.
want me to die?
No?
Then I should as hot as your lips look right now, in both senses of the word, not a good idea.
No, spoiled sport.
Terribly sorry, but I like my lips to, not be burned.
I like them too.
But you guys spend an enjoyable couple of hours, for you, trying all of these different foods of the varying levels of spiciness, all with their own unique flavors and textures. And eventually, the young lady comes back and takes the money as Gunter pays her. And you guys make your way back to the Jigging Jester, arm in arm, with Gunter visibly sweating next to you, as all the spice you have eaten has started to make your body like heat up beyond normal. Like, you're walking through the day and there's just this gentle heat haze around you.
Am I a devil now?
No, but it certainly looks like it's a passersby. Okay.
Probably not today, but I need to drop into the roost at some point to talk to fuck, what was her name?
Hang on.
It's in my notes. Where the
I say,
are
I
you?
do have
Liane. I need to talk to Liane.
Yes. Liare, yeah. But Gunter walks you back to the Jester. So Zandal, you were
Hello.
I'll be
were
like,
going to do
onsen?
some errands. Gunter immediately agrees. Fade to black.
Yeah. Now for the different spice. No.
Yeet.
Gunter much prefers this spice.
Yes, so Zandal makes it up to Smythe's estate.
Yep. So you move down into Halcyon Heights and go along round to mansion that you know belongs to Johann Smythe.
Yeah, and he'll make his way up to the gate or door.
Yeah, the gate. You see there is a guard stood at the gate, just sort of watching people pass. And as he sees you approach, he sort of stands up a bit straighter and squints at you and goes, "Oh, Zandal, correct?
Correct, yes.
Are you wishing to?"
I do wish to seek audience with Johann.
Very well. I will. If you'll wait here, I will go and see if he is available.
Of course.
Opens the gate, closes it behind him, and you see him trotting up the gate, up the driveway. About 10 minutes pass, and he returns and goes, "Lord Smythe is ready to see you. If you would like to follow me."
Thank you.
Opens the gates and lets you through, and then escorts you up into the house, where you are then passed off onto a butler, who guides you up. It doesn't take you to either of the places you've been in this house before. You've been to the dining room and Smythe's collection room. Instead, he takes you. Yeah, the collection room was in the east wing. He takes you to the west wing instead, and knocks on a door. And you hear Smythe go, "Enter." The butler opens the door for you and ushers you within.
Hello. I'm sorry for disturbing on such short notice. I would have sent word, but we've only recently returned late yesterday.
Oh, not a problem, Xandal. Not a problem. Please have a seat. Have a seat. And you see Smythe, just as you remember him, the slicked back hair, the pale skin, the sort of almost slimy appearance that he unfortunately can't do anything about. But he guides you into a seat and then sits down himself behind his desk and goes, "So, how can I help you? Are the others coming, or is it just you?"
It's just myself today. They just need a bit of time to recuperate. I'm on the matter of the snake charm that I purchased from you.
Oh, yes.
I have come to repay the debt, or at least get details of how to repay the debt. You had a job in mind.
Well, you purchased the charm outright, if I remember correctly. You paid me gold.
Yes, but we were short a little bit, weren't we? And you said that a job was due.
Well, no, I said I wanted a bit more money, but you talked me down to a lower price. Very good bargaining there. Well done. But there was a job that I would have got you to do if you couldn't have afforded the price that you talked me down to, but you could, and you paid up front. The job still stands, but it would be just a paying job instead.
Very well. I'd like the details of that, if you don't mind.
Very well, very well. He sort of ruffles through a couple of drawers looking for something, and he goes, I was going to hire a couple of other adventuring parties for this, seeing as I didn't think you or the rest of Armatae were actually interested, but if you are, then wonderful. He sort of rakes through a couple of files and then pulls one out and goes, here we go. Yes, and he flips it open and pages through it and goes, here we are. Yes, the job I had in mind was, I have a platinum mine within my holdings, out in the near the Shrine Hills. Unfortunately, it's I actually normally trade with your father for that because the route has to go through River Run to avoid going through the desolation. Obviously,
of course.
But recently, I've lost contact with the miners there, and the few reports I've managed to get have said there's some manner of disturbance in the mines, bringing down productivity. And I was looking for a group to investigate and either, obviously, sort out the problem, or at least put in some form of stopgap measure to at least protect my workers. I don't want them getting harmed. The platinum is obviously a benefit, but my main concern is to the people who are in my employ.
Not a problem. It might do us good just to take something a little slower for a short while. And the urgency of the job?
Not particularly urgent. Like I say, I was going to be setting it up just as a general request for adventurers in general. I may still do as much, but if you wanted to look into it as well, I would be setting a bounty on it. Returning with a signed note from the foreman would earn whoever returns with it the bounty, effectively. If Armatae wants the exclusive rights to the job, then obviously I'm more than willing, but I can only wait a couple of days before needing to at least send some people on their way there.
I will, if I may, can I take this copy? I can at least present it to my friends, and something a little lighter may do us all good, and just saves us charging full force into everything all the time.
Oh, completely understand. And he sort of shuffles the papers and puts them in an envelope for you and hands it to you. There you are. Like I say, even if you don't decide to take it, I will be posting notices in the next day or two about it and placing a bounty upon assistance.
Of course. Many thanks, and forgive my intrusion. I mean, I've been so busy, I've barely kept track of what I'm doing, to be fair.
Not a problem. I can completely understand that such a prolific adventuring party as Armatae would be busy most of the time. Although make sure
It
to
seems
take
so.
some time to relax. Perhaps I'll see you at this the ball in a couple of days, depending.
Oh, yes. Potentially. We shall
Although I
see.
do have to say, I don't particularly like that man or his entourage. A couple of them seem a little shifty, if I'm honest with you. All wrapped up in cloaks, claiming it's some form of religious thing.
What more can you tell me on them?
Nothing particularly. I've only really met them the once when they arrived. The Lord Albrecht, horrible, podgy man, terrible table manners, if I must say. But he was making the rounds of the nobles, or the nobles that he would associate with, being, in other words, the human nobles, and going round and making his presence known and basically impinging upon people's hospitality for a meal. But he brought with him his little gnomish friend, and also these strange men in, like I say, have you ever been to the deserts to the south, Zandal?
I can't say I have.
Oh,
No.
they wrap themselves up in these white cloaks and clothes and cover their faces to deal with the sand and that sort of thing that blows around. And you would think they would have disposed of them by when they came to Maham. The weather here is much more clement, but apparently it's a religious thing for them, and they refused to remove them. They didn't even sit down to eat. They just stood by the door. Most rude.
Did they mention what religion?
Oh, all the ones from Reforp are basically Pelorians. Zealots of a kind, slightly twisting the teachings a bit from what I understand. It's very much a human biased city, believing that they were created in Pelor's image, and that because of such that they are rightfully above all other races. Some races obviously gets a bit more of a leeway, like as I said, he does have a gnomish butler. I believe elves are tolerated but looked down upon. The ones who get it the worst normally are tieflings, tabaxi, dragonborn, any race that lacks more humanoid features, shall we say.
I see.
We've just left one racist city to deal with another.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're just going to burn down the entirety of Maham.
No!
Just the entire continent. Till nothing's left but a pile of ash.
I mean, obviously, I can't say that the whole city is like that, but it's one of those strange cities. It's a what's the word I'm looking for? It's a religious theocracy there.
Yes.
It's ruled by the priests, and it used to be much more like Zinubzab, far to the west, which is Zinubzab is said to be the spiritual home of most of the religions. Indeed, you're supposed to be able to find a shrine or temple to almost any god in Zinubzab. Reforp was supposed to be similar for this eastern side of the continent. Indeed, at one point it very much was. All races and religion were represented, but for some reason they decided that the ruling religion would be the one with the most followers. And I think it was maybe 20 years ago now, it became shifted from being the Earth Mother, Melora, to being Pelor, and with that came a rather drastic shift in ruling preference and prejudice, to say simply. Nothing that obviously Maham is willing to endorse, but they are one of the nearest cities, so we must preserve polite interactions. Whilst they are here, they are not allowed to step too far out of line. They are obviously visitors, and they don't want to incur any diplomatic or military action for their
Actions.
prejudices, for their actions and prejudices. Yes, but vice versa goes the same way. When we have to visit Reforp, we have to, unfortunately, turn a blind eye to a few things that I would much rather be willing to call people out on a duel for, if I'm perfectly honest.
Though it has given me a thought, at least. Well, thank you for your time. Your information is most appreciated.
No, it's not a problem at all, Sir Zandal. If there's anything else I could do, or any other work that you might want, I could see if I can scrounge anything up. But like I say, that's the only thing. The platinum mine was the only pressing issue I had.
Yes. No, I think that is all for now. I'll let you enjoy the rest of your morning, and
Oh, very well.
I'll bid you a good day.
And a good day to you too, Sir Zandal. And the butler reopens the door, and you are shown out of the mansion and back out of the gate into Halcyon Heights.
Xander kind of just takes a wander back to the jester. Actually, quite impressed that this guy forgot that I owed him a job.
Well, again, you didn't
because
owe
we
him
paid
a
most
job.
of it.
You didn't
Yeah,
owe him a job. You just talked him down on the price of that
Yeah,
pendant.
Oh,
we talked him down, but we still couldn't quite get all the funds together.
Well, you did.
Because
You
that's
did.
why he
You
mentioned
did.
the job.
You did.
We
You did
gave
pay
you
it.
money for it.
He mentioned the job. He said if you hadn't been able to pay, he was going to offer the job, but you managed to pay. Xandal, as you pass from Halcyon Heights into the Gateway District, can you make a perception check for me?
Perception.
Bone Claw.
He's coming for you.
Absolutely not.
Nope.
Oh.
Yep, you're just sort of off in your own world, thinking about everything and
like right behind him going
planning things. And as you are doing so, you bump into someone.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I was miles away there.
You look up into just like a pitch black void between a white turban and a white face veil. And you see this large figure. And when I say large, we're talking nearly 8 foot in height. This thing is big. This person is big. But they are just dressed in all like this basically what Smiver just described to you. This white desert wear completely covering every inch of their body, not showing anything, and they just sort of look down at you, cock their head to one side, and then just move past, walking around you.
And Xander just kind of like stops, just watches. It just carries on.
Okay.
I heard rolls there. That makes me very nervous.
Yeah, when the DM rolls behind and doesn't say anything, what's he doing?
I was rolling for a perception check for someone else.
Ooh.
Because Haslick may have been interested in that as well. But you don't hear anything, so.
Nope.
Eventually, you get back to the jigging jester just as you see Talia and Gunter go waltzing up the stairs together. Talia releasing what looks like heat waves from her skin.
You okay there?
Yeah, just had really spicy food. Like,
I mean,
really
yeah.
spicy. Like, you would die if you ate that food.
I mean, I've never really seen food make people have an aura, but then you eat gummies that turn you into a puddle. I'm not gonna contend this.
It is true. Where are you heading?
I'm heading to the Jester. I'm gonna go have second breakfast, I think, and then try and figure some bits out.
Oh, I had an idea for my crossbow. I wanted to run by you at some point.
Of course. Something wrong with your crossbow?
No. I just wanted to fire more often. If that makes sense. Like, if he could just... Every time I fire, that he could fire at least one more time. I don't really know how to describe
like
it.
a repeater.
The mechanic. What's that?
So, remember when you first met me, the crossbow that I had, and he kind of pulls out the crossbow that no longer just sort of like reloads itself.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Kind
Yes.
of.
I assume you want that on a bigger scale, though.
More on this. She'll show him Ebon shot.
May I?
Sure.
Kind of takes it, he looks it over, assesses it for...
Seen.
Yeah, because I imagine this thing's probably almost as big as Sandal, isn't
yeah.
It's made from like obsidian, whatever the fuck it's made of.
It's a heavy crossbow made out of like a black crystal.
And he sort of like
mouth.
manages to hold it with fair amount of ease, actually. But he's sort of like, as he twists, turns it, he looks it over, and he's like, I can do it. I mean, there will be potential drawback if I do it, though.
Because things break, right? Got to be careful.
More like jam.
Jam? Would I be able to fix it?
It may take you a moment or two, but it should be easy enough if I make it a simple enough contraption. I can do that. Okay. He hands the crossbow back. He's sort of like,
and I'll like take it from you, but my hand will touch yours, and it'll be like burning you.
I'm like, oh, toasty. But it's sort of like he's not really fussed by the heat because I mean he works with like piping hot metals like day in day out. I will draw up some plans. I will see what materials I can gather. It shouldn't take me long to do.
I'd load them up with those exploding bolts you gave me that I've not had a chance to use yet.
I will see what I can do with that as well.
Okay. Is there anything anyone else wants to accomplish for the day?
Yerna has actually had a complete chill out day. You know, one of those really lazy days where you just like
floating starfish in the sauna or something.
Yeah, she's just like.
Yeah, Rook has just been providing you with drinks and snacks whenever you ask for them. You've just been able to just not even bother to put your armor on all day. You've just relaxed in just sort of casual clothing. Just relaxed in casual clothing and just had a just relaxing day.
Is Zandal going back to the workshop in the Jigging Jester?
He isn't straight away. I think he's going to sit down and have second breakfast. So,
but for the afternoon, are you going to be working in the workshop?
He may have a wander over to where his tower was to enter into the secret base to see what more materials he could probably salvage.
Okay.
Before he does. But yeah, he will probably go into the workshop at some point.
Because I've got this blueprint for one thing, that I need to hand back to you. But also, Val made a promise that you could look at the portal dagger some more. And Val is aware that he wants to make sure that he completes all his promises. And he wants to have a little bit of a chat.
Okay.
So
No worries.
Okay, so Zandal, heading back to your tower in Halcyon Heights, you can see it still is empty. It obviously still has yet to be taken on by anyone else. You get the feeling many members of, like, many of your neighbors and other people in Halcyon Heights consider your tower a bit of an eyesore anyway. Like, it's a random tower in the middle of mansions. People were a bit like,
With the
what
weird
is this?
coloured plants outside from experiments and shit, yeah.
And like there's still soot stains, and you can see someone's been inside and has like started redecorating, and like people have started like trying to scrub soot off the brickwork and that sort of thing, and they're trying to make it a bit more presentable. But you quickly move around to your hidden cellar entrance, opening it up and ducking inside when no one is looking. Within the cellar, I would say you can probably salvage. What are you willing to do to get materials here? Are you willing to deconstruct stuff you've got down here, or are you just looking for like random material that you think you may have forgotten about that's down here?
Probably start with the latter, but if necessary, I would sacrifice maybe an obsolete invention to at least get a projector and maybe even like a voice projector as well, to at least get Emily back into at least a communicative state. Because I imagine she's probably like sat in a crystal again going, well, back to normal.
So looking around and like checking corners and cabinets and that sort of thing, you manage to scrounge together probably 250 gold's worth of components, which would be enough to at least finish off the visual projector.
Yeah.
The audio you would need something more for. You sort of look at the things that you've got down here, there was like a dwarven cannon, a tunneler. There's the Qualish. No, you moved the Qualish.
The Qualish is on the ship.
That's all on the misadventure.
Yeah, and I think there was one other thing, but I can't remember exactly what it was now. But you sort of look at those, and you sort of think if you scrapped one of them, you could probably get about 1,000 gold's worth of components from scrapping it. There'll be some stuff that you just can't reuse. It's been made to purpose for that specific thing. You won't be able to use it for something else. But the general goods, like you can take like the steel plating and melt it down and rework it. You can take wiring and repurpose it. Crystals can be repurposed, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm probably going to keep a hold of the cannon and the tunneler, because the tunneler is essentially what he'd probably be working on for the desolation.
Yeah.
So it would probably be like the item that none of us can remember that he tears apart.
The item that none of us can remember, I think, was something like an attempt at a motorized carriage. So
yeah,
you rip that to pieces, and you take the steel and you take the wiring and the crystals, and then you suddenly realize you're ripping all this apart. You don't have Hager to carry any of this anymore. You could take the wiring and the crystals with you, but the steel, you're gonna need to get someone to come and carry all of this.
Oh
dear.
Or you're going to have to make multiple trips, which is more likely for people to spot you and realize that there is something down here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna make it a neat pile. I'm gonna write just on the day where I get told off about having to owe people and stuff like that. I've got to go and ask a favour. Right. And he'll take what parts he can. He'll sort of like shove them into all of his like random pockets and into his bag and stuff like that, and then he'll slope back out.
You slope back out and make your way discreetly away from the tower, back towards the jigging jester, I'm assuming. Or are you going somewhere else?
No, he's going back to the jester.
Okay. Alright. You get back to the jester, and I'm assuming you're heading up to the workshop?
Yeah.
Go up to the workshop and you deposit what you've managed to bring with you. What are you planning on doing next?
So he's going to take a just going to take a quick moment. He's going to pull out like all the various blueprints he's got, set them up into place, start moving frames around into various places, ready for working. So sort of like the blueprints he's got up now is new version of Hager, new version of M, the rifle, various components for like tilling and like just essentially digging up and separating sands and stuff like that for the desolation.
Oh, something to remember, Xandal. You do on the ship in the workshop.
I still have the hot plate.
No. You from when the golems attacked, you collected the
cannonballs.
You collected the minerals.
Mm.
You have a jar of mixed minerals that, if separated and sold correctly, would be worth 2,000 gold.
Oh yes, I do.
But you have to A, separate them, and B, find buyers for them.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like all of them are set up. He sets up a new piece of paper to one side, ready to start drawing up the plans for Thalia's crossbow. Puts all of his salvaged bits onto the workshop, ready to sort out. Stretches, just sits down for a moment and just takes a moment to chill. Probably just prodding about with a Domiat for a little bit, just because he hasn't seen it in a while.
Okay. Whilst this is all happening, Halise comes back. Again, not as dirty as yesterday, but still a little scuffed up and looking quite pleased with herself from a day exploring and playing with her friend Grifter. Urt returns during this time as well, looking like she's still fairly sad, but you can see she's begun the grieving process and is starting to move through it a bit more. She's still wearing sort of the same clothes she was the other day, but they have obviously been cleaned. And you can see Wilma has like at least made her have a meal and taken care of her, but she sort of slouches in and just sort of sits there, and she engages in conversation every now and then, but she's being fairly quiet still.
Am I still emitting fire?
By this point, you and Gunter have evaporated a good quarter of the water out of the onsen.
Lol.
But you have
extra hot onsen.
Yeah, the heat has dissipated now, but there is still just like a slight tingle of the spice on your tongue even now. Okay. Anything anyone wants to do with the rest of this day?
So Val is going to go to the workshop.
Yep.
Knock on the door. Hey, Xandal.
Hello. Oh, hi, Val.
And I grab the blueprint out and hand it back to Xandal. It's really good work, from what I could understand. It's not my... What you do is crazy, and I don't pretend to understand it, but it seems like a really cool concept.
Well, it is... It should work, in theory, and with the knowledge that we've gained in our travels together, we can do it without it being surgically applied to you.
Now, can I double check something that's been said before? Before we went to go and get Xandal's sister, when he was warned that the slaver was coming to town, he outright said that there was a slaver coming to town. And to Val, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think you said
Yeah.
dignitary. I don't think you said slave.
I think he said slaver because I
No,
haven't.
I did.
Oh.
Because Ragnar Vale warned him that he was in slave trade and asked me
Yeah.
to at least sort of like try and keep Val at bay.
Yeah, I
Okay.
remember that. Yeah.
Because it was a visiting dignitary who was the
Yeah.
slaver. Yeah.
Annoying diplomatic immunity kind of thing.
So Valna's just going to go. Did you want to have a look at the dagger now? Have you got time?
I have, yes. If you don't mind.
Yeah, we can, chat, and I can keep loading some portals so you can have a look at the portals. They don't last a huge amount of time, so. And he starts spinning up the two portals. So you can
Yeah,
have a look.
Xander will just grab a scrap of paper and he'll just make notes on sort of like how they work and.
In the back of your mind, Xandel, you hear Hazlitt go, fascinating. So many potential applications.
So Xandel, what do you know of paladins?
And in all honesty, only a little.
Do you know that paladins take an oath?
I have heard of that, yes. I hear that they bear an oath to deity, the crown, or some other notable alias. And in turn, much like clerics, they are bestowed gifts of what I assume is your smites.
I mean, you're partially right. Our oaths aren't necessarily to a deity. They can be to do something, to follow a certain path. I consider you one of my friends, and one of the portals is snuffed out at that point, so he's gone and redone the portal. You know about my childhood, don't you, Xandel?
I do not know.
I mean, you were with us with the hags, weren't you? So
No.
Yeah, you were.
Xandel,
Yeah, you were.
That's why
Xandel
we went
was,
to get
but
the polish.
Xandel at that point.
No,
was
I wasn't
getting
with the
attention.
hags. You'd gotten the qualish and came back. After
yeah.
the hags,
Yeah,
it was
no,
Douglas
wasn't.
We
that was
went.
with.
Because we went to the hags first, and then
No,
found out about him,
Oh, yeah.
and
yeah.
then got the qualish, and then.
Yeah. So I.
Sorry,
no,
my
I don't
aircon
know.
just ran out of water, so
Oh,
I've just
no.
had to switch it off. So Val mentions a little bit about his childhood, about being a slave. And kind of goes into, and that's probably why they didn't want me in the town when the dignitary turned up.
I see.
But as I mentioned,
Sorry you had to live through that.
Yeah, it was unpleasant. But as I mentioned, paladins don't always make an oath to a god. They have gods that they follow. Sometimes they make a different oath. And my oath basically is against slavers. It's to stop or help stop anybody that might profiteer off the suffering of others.
Now I understand why Ragnar Vale asked me to speak with you. I imagine this has put you in quite a difficult spot. This ball, this meeting with everything. Because I imagine you still have to obey by the laws of the land in all.
No.
No?
I mean, I choose to. I choose to follow the laws of the land. But there may come a time where, a bit like you might see me act out a character. And I just wanted to explain, kind of give you a little bit of background of why that might happen.
I understand. I mean, it's not like I could stop you even if I wanted to, so...
Very true. But I do appreciate you telling me what you told me before, and
Of course.
your friendship does mean a lot to me.
Likewise. I don't bond easy with people, so when I find people with the right energies, it's refreshing. So, whatever I can do to help, I shall endeavour to do so to the best of my ability.
I appreciate that. How long? I'm guessing this conversation will have been about 5 rounds of
Probably,
it for...
yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think at that point, Xandel's really just stopped writing. I don't think he's sort of like... he sees it flashing in the background, but he's sort of like not quite twigged onto the fact that he's stopped working as he's listening.
Xandel, are you wearing the gloves?
I am, yes.
Val, make a perception check, please.
Yeah.
In the right place.
21.
21. As you are sort of standing and talking to Xandel, you see movement on his neck.
Oh.
And that eye-like symbol that you know is on the back of his left hand after seeing it on the ship just peeks out from under his shirt collar and moves up his neck a little bit.
Oh, it's creepy.
Just flowing across the skin.
Xandel, do you have more than the symbols on the back of your hand?
No, as far as I'm aware, it's just the ones on the back of my hand. And he sort of like takes off the gloves to...
As you take off the gloves, you watch as, obviously trying to move as quickly as it could to get back there, the symbol flows out from under your shirt sleeve back onto the back of your left hand.
That's interesting.
Fine, piece of shit. You can cover it.
That seems, if you're trying to be yourself and do your own thing, having a symbol that can move and potentially change your body seems a little bit... Well, I'd be unnerved, at the very least.
You can almost sort of like see Xandel, he's just sat there staring at it like, seriously, dude.
You hear Hazlitt go, "Not my fault. I wanted a closer look at the portals and you covered me up. You can't really blame me."
It'll be something I will look into.
And Val kind of stops, lets the portals drop at that point, and goes to start putting the dagger away.
Okay.
I'm not cock teasing you at all. I'm just...
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Knife is out, knife is away.
While I have you here, I may have a bit of a favor to ask.
Oh?
I will repay you as soon as I can, in kind. I kind of need help moving some larger pieces of equipment.
Well, then don't need to repay me. Happy to carry some stuff.
Thank you. It's... You can almost sort of like see him look around and say like for the past sort of like 3-4 years, he's had this just robot that's been able to do the things that he physically can't. And while he's plenty strong enough to, like, if he was your size, he would probably be able to do it himself. But because of his stature, it just makes things so much more difficult for him. And he just looks around as like he's missing an arm almost. Thank you.
Yeah, not a problem.
I mean, you don't have to do it straight away. Whenever you're ready, just let us know and we'll collect the pieces.
I'm going to chat to the others and potentially tomorrow do something to have a send off for those we've lost. But maybe the day after, which is probably going to be the day of the ball, if my maths is correct.
Well, Barras said in a couple of days. He didn't give an exact amount.
I may be indisposed the day after tomorrow. As he kind of like pulls into his sort of like pocket, he pulls out 2 rings, 2 platinum rings. One is clearly a halfling-sized ring. The other one's a little bit bigger. It's been a while since I've had to see these. Yes, I have.
Is she your fucking ex-wife?
The guard?
No. No.
Because Val just thinks you're about to propose to the bloody guard.
Oh, yes, the Goliath lady.
No. I'm going to be going into an operation. It's to remove the wiring from my chest as well as the gems. Yes, you can almost sort of like see the colour drain from his face as he's saying that.
You'll be fine, and he slaps him across the back.
Maybe a day or 2 after, if we're not busy.
It's
Although,
all right.
mind.
I'll make sure that has 50 gold's worth of or 5. I can't remember the amount of diamonds, just in case things go wrong. We can just bring you back.
That
I've died
probably
twice,
isn't a
so.
No, there's probably no need to worry on that end.
Zandal and Val, and everyone else actually, you hear a bang from downstairs in the main room of the Jigging Jester. And you hear some muffled, sort of loud voices. And then stomping feet coming up the stairs. And a door bangs open, and Zandal, you hear a voice. Zandal, where are you? You recognize this voice. As
he told me the day after tomorrow. Oh, he's having too much fun with this. The bastard of an old man.
And you see storming into the workshop with Rook trailing behind them a 6.5 foot tall woman wearing plate armor with beautiful brown hair tied in a long ponytail going down her back, plaited, and a beautiful angelic face with a pair of beautiful angelic wings behind her. Storm into the room, see Zandal, and grab him and pull him into a hug, slamming his face against what would be her breasts, but in this case is her breastplate.
Ow! Hi, Philly!
What is it with you and tall women?
And at that point, I'm going to end today's session.
Oh.
Yep. So, hope everyone has enjoyed that. Nice bit of downtime, bit of emotional
playing this one.
Lot of,
yeah,
a lot of role
it's been a lot of fun.
Bit of emotional healing.
Yeah.
Next session of main campaign will probably be very similar. Probably quite a bit of role play, maybe a bit of combat depending on how things go. It's down to these guys what they decide to do, really. I will
1st of
prep
July, God willing.
Yep. Well, we are, but the next actual session we're going to play on the 31st, I'm not going to be DMing. I will.
31st of June. There isn't a 31st.
Is there not?
Oh, 1st of July.
1st of July. So yeah, 1st of July. Aaron, do you want to introduce what you might be doing?
So we will be running a one-shot as we move between the break of the 2 seasons of the Armatae campaign. I will be running a one-shot called 5 Kobolds in a one-shot.
And I get to play!
Yeah! Whatever the
Yeah.
Why did you
So
decide to-
basically, this downtime is the end of Act 2, and the next couple of sessions are going to be the beginnings of Act 3, Spiraling Chaos. Hope everyone looks forward to that, and I'm looking forward to actually, getting to play for once.
Yeah.
But it just gives me a bit more time to plan and flesh some stuff out, and just generally get to actually play and chill for once, and let someone else have to worry about, DMing. But anyway, I hope everyone has enjoyed tonight. We will obviously keep you posted where if that session is going ahead or if we're gonna have to move, etc. Keep an eye on all the social medias. But until next time, guys, stay safe, enjoy your own games. Bye for now.
Bye.
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 Bye.